Alrighty. Looking good. Let's get the chatbot in here and let's get cooking. Oh boy. I'm so excited to try out new Mikey. Oh boy. Oh boy. There we go. Changes. Yep. Yep. Oh boy. Who's excited for new Mikey? It is Myers time. And just gotta wait for the chatbot and we will hop in game. And we'll give it a few minutes. We literally just started. See if some people start to filter in. And we'll check him out. Excuse me. Just to make sure this is working. Test. Let's see. Let's see. It's looking good. Stream quality looks good. Say we're doing pretty good, gamers. See, sometimes it takes the chat bot a minute, which is fine, gives us plenty of time. For people to also filter in slowly. Let's see. Make sure we got this right. Yep. Okay, that's good. Go. And the chatbot should be coming at any minute. But excuse me. Goodness. I am certainly excited to try him out. I might do a scratched mirror build first because I'm very curious about that. Because you don't get the increased lunge range anymore, but what you do get is a faster base movement speed while in stalker mode, which I'll be very curious to see if it is viable with my kind of exposed Scratch Mirror Myers build. And while this build is obviously like amazing on indoor maps, like if you are lucky and really just know how to hide yourself, you can do it on some more open maps. I have done it before. It's a lot harder, but it can be done. This Darn chatbot's taking forever, as always. Usually takes them like 5-10 minutes. Let's see. Oh, good, and there's barely a delay at all. That's a good sign. Usually it's like 10-15 seconds behind, but now it looks like it's only like 5. Which is really good to have such a little delay. Man, it was chilly this morning. I'll tell you that much. Excuse me. I don't know why I'm so stuffy as well. Let's see, test again. Oh, okay, chatbot hopped in here, and I guess it just didn't alert me. Excellent. So, hey, we are good to get right into it. So, let's hop to OBS. Let's turn off, the intermission and, Michael doing his thing there. And let's just get right into it. So, yeah, the chatbot is working now. Feel free to chat with any questions you guys have. So, let's see. Yeah, Scratch Mirror. So, what's interesting, they've changed the add-ons. Scratch Mirror is now a visceral add-on, which is interesting. I mean, and for the most part, it itself is the same. You know, 32 meters around you, you can see through walls. You can't leave stalker mode. But what's also cool is that this looks like Scratch Mirror Myers will be amazing for grinding blood points. What is it? You get an extra 100% more in brutality and 200% more in deviousness. So if you're looking to grind blood points, Scratch Mirror Mikey might not be a bad move. But again, what's also interesting, instead of the boyfriend's memo that used to give you increased lunge, now it increases your base stock range, but for us, that doesn't matter because our stock range is locked with Scratch Mirror to 32 meters. So I was like, what, is there no add-ons they give you for it? No, there is. Technically, there's 2. Memorial Flower, which is what I want to try, increases your movement speed in stalker mode to 4.4 meters a second, so you're a little bit faster. Which might be enough to really get those sneaky hits in with Furtive Chase and Friends to the End. I'm wondering if it'll still be viable. This is my old exposed Scratch Mirror Myers build, and I'm going to be very curious to try it. And again, if at any point during this you guys... hang on. There we go. If at any point during the stream you guys want me to see a particular build with him, by all means, go ahead and write it in the chat, and I can do it for the next game. But also, while we're here, I believe you could also use tacky earrings. Increase the movement speed while stalking by 20%. So when your base speed is, you know, slower as usual, but when you are stalking with Scratch Mirror, you are faster. I'll probably want to try both out and see how they both feel. But I am extremely curious about the bumping it to 4.4. It might make it very viable. On top of, again, things like Furtive Chase, where I'm well, the undetectable doesn't matter because I'm always undetectable, but I get 10% haste every 18 seconds, and it's always obsession hopping as well. And then Friends to the End, what is it? Yeah, when you hook someone that's not you expose the obsession, and you see him for 10 seconds. With... Yeah. Yeah, so when you, hook them... You hook the obsession, another screams, yeah. That's why these two pair well together, because when I hook the obsession, I am undetectable. I get... well, I am base anyways, again, doesn't matter. 10% haste, 18 seconds. Another survivor screams, becomes the obsession, and they're also exposed. And if that doesn't work, and I can't find the obsession in time, I rely on make your choice. So when they go to unhook the first survivor, for 60 seconds, if I'm at least 32 meters away, which I should be, because I boogie away from the hook as soon as I make it, they've got a whopping 60 seconds with the unhooker being exposed, which against a Scratch Me or Myers, who vaguely knows what they're doing, that can be extremely scary, especially if I'm just swapping it very rapidly. Yes, because I'm wondering, like, with the 10% on top of 4.4, that might make Scratch Me or Myers very scary. I might be able to actually outrun them, so he's not, like, total doo-doo in chase. And yeah, you know, just Hex Haunted Ground as well, just to kind of get extra exposed value. And again, you know, because I'm basically assuming that all survivors basically say to themselves, if it glows, it goes. I'm kind of punishing them for that, by basically faking them out. I'm obviously not running a Hex build, but because they might think I am when they see Hexes, when they cleanse them, everyone's exposed for 60 seconds. So that really punishes them for going for my Hexes, which is also good because that's a bit of slowdown, because that every second they're on a Hex totem is a second they are not on a gen. Especially if they were on a Hex totem, I chase them, down them, on the hook, and then they're going to want to go back to that Hex totem, and then they're going to waste even more time. You know, again, Dead by Daylight is a game where, like, seconds matter, right? Seconds add up, right? Seconds of them in chase with me, seconds of them ending up and waiting on a hook, seconds of them getting unhooked and then healed and then going back to the totem again. Like, every little bit adds up. You know, people really don't think of, I guess you would say, like, those periphery things or periphery tasks like that really add up, especially now with the anti-tunnel and slugging builds or changes. I don't know if they've gone live yet. We'll have to see. I think they might have delayed it. I'm not 100%. But I think this is good to try for our first game, because I was like, yeah, there's no way that, yeah, no, they didn't do any cosmetics for him. What a shame. Or, well, actually, yeah, no, yeah, just escape agent. So yeah, same cosmetics he's had for almost a decade now. Yeah, we're good. Alright, let's just go ahead and boogie on down. Oh, and actually, feel free to ask any questions and give me just a moment. One more thing I need to do before we hop in a game, so give me just a moment. There we go, all good. And again, yeah, like I said in the description, guys, if there's any questions you have or any particular builds you want to see, feel free to ask. We're just kind of exploring Myers here and just kind of what's new in the update. Da, 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 da. Here we go. Very curious to try this out. Nice Boy Gone Bad, Twitch Television, and David Louver. Axe Kick. That sounds like a band name, for sure. Invictus Kutch. Call Me Highlight. Fair enough. Let's see. And one of them is using the new Survivor, so how appropriate. New Mikey, new Survivor. Let's see. Yeah, I'm very curious to see what Stalker mode feels like. There we go. Alright, gamers. First match with New Myers. And a Scratched Mirror too. You guys know me, right? I really like Scratch Mirror Mikey. I'm extremely curious to see how he feels now. And again, that other add-on that, you know, it's a trade-off. We don't have the better lunge with a Scratch Mirror, but we do move faster, so I've got to remember I basically have no lunge with him. And of course, in traditional, we get Eerie of Crows with Scratch Mirror Myers. God, how appropriate. Alright, let's just boogie on down. She's just gonna hop on her chin. Okay. Thought they were wanting to do something. Boo! It's all about patience with Scratch Mirror Mikey. Does he feel fat? I mean, he's not super duper slow. Let's see. Oh, I do have a lunge. Okay. Oh, yep, you greeted that a little too hard. go. Now we swap. There we go. Took us a second, but I thought they were gonna fake me out and not actually play, but here we go. There we go. Where is my obsession? Someone's here. Wait. How the hell does she hear that? Oh, hang on. Yep. Watch this. It's not about winning, it's about sending a message. Everyone scares. They're taking protection hits from a Scratch Mikey on Eerie. That is beautiful. Alright, calm down, guys. Like, it's not that impressive. Let's see. Oh, beautiful. Perfect. Thank you. Now we got haunted ground, so we break from her. See, can we get some haunted ground value? Yep. There we go. We sure done did. Yeah, she just straight boogies. There we go. Got at least one free down out of it. See? And now we are going to wait. Is anyone going to be brave enough to get him? Yep, there's one. That's not gonna save you. I'm committed now. Oh, and we can get Bloodlust. That's also good to know. There we go. Oh, can I not? Oh, yeah, it's got to be with my power. Okay. Yep, forgot about that. There we go. There you go. Enjoy. Got a little something for my time, at least. Yep. Yeah, and they're gonna sit there and wait. Let's see how much time they waste. Survivors that have nothing better to do. Yeah, we're not teabagging against the gates. It's not toxic. See, we're healing. It's just about blood points. Yeah, I'd love to understand the psychology of survivors more. Again, it's a scratched Myers on Eerie. Like, what is brag-worthy about that? And I have no slowdown. Okay, yeah, there we go. Yeah, see, it was just about healing. Oh, that's so funny. Again, I'd love to understand their psychology better. Let's see. Make it unbreakable. Nothing, didn't really bring anything crazy. Let's see. Dramaturgy. Yeah. Someone's using that one, fair enough. Yeah. Yeah, fair enough, again. Brag about beating a Scratchmere Myers with no gen slowdown on Eerie. By all means. What an impressive feat. There we go. Let's see if we can actually get a decent map with Mikey. Or Scratchmere Mikey, specifically. How did it feel to move? It honestly wasn't bad, like, because what was the old, or, well, I guess current as well, like, base movement with Scratchmere 4.2, and this gets bumped to 4.4. I certainly was able to catch up to them at times. Hey, Glitch Stinger, impressive. Yeah, no, it's just a little frustrating, but hey, par for the course for the first map we get with him, right? I would like to actually get a workable map with him before we try some other builds, but, in case you missed it as well, you know, the new chapter went live. They changed the Scratchmere to a Visceral, which was also interesting. Still functions the same, but if you also notice, you get a bunch more blood points with it. 100% more in Brutality and 200% more in Deviousness, so Scratchmere Myers does seem to be like a viable option to grind blood points, which is also interesting. And with the Boyfriend's Memo, they changed that to increasing your stock range, which doesn't matter with Scratchmere because it's locked to 32. But what you do get is either increased movement speed or increased speed while stalking. So faster base or faster stalk. Because these other two don't apply. Excuse me. I mean, I guess you could do blonde hair too, but that really doesn't matter with Scratchmere Myers because, I mean, you're gonna see them anyway. And we're just using my old, exposed Scratchmere build to see if it's viable, and, you know, assuming I can, you know, actually get hooks, and not get pre-ran, so hard on a big, open, bright map like Eerie. I'm thinking it will be. And yeah, sure, there's some level of, you know, get good, but, I mean, it's Scratchmere Myers on one of the most open and bright maps in the game. I mean, I tried my best. There's only so much I can do. But hey, looks like we're ready to hop right into it again. Let's see if the entity doesn't booger me again. Fingers crossed. Oh, they want to get out. It means they came to play. Boy, Dead Dog, much better. Not quite what I'm looking for, but it is better. Alright, let's get Skibbity. I'd rather be on this side first. Yeah, see, his base movement is faster, and he does feel like it. Interesting. Are they all back over here? No, they're two-manning this gen. Interesting. Russian them gens, Russian them gens, Russian them gens. How did that not connect? Alright, yeah, we'll go ahead and break this. There we go. You are greeting this hard. There we go. Alright, yeah, we're just gonna have to break. Kick this on the way out. God, what a great start. There, can I... Oh, okay, there we go. This one. She is the obsession, so theoretically she is the one we want. What do you got to play here? A whole lot of nothing. And then this guy. There we go. I get my first 10 in at 3 gens. There we go, and my first down at 2. Sick. Take her to the basement. Here we go, and now we're pretty much just gonna chill here. Here we go. Go. Let's see what they do now. Come on, keep rushing them gens. Buy me time. Yep, he went straight to a gen. Excellent. Rushing them gens, rushing them gens, rushing them gens. Guess she got lucky there. Go. Sit here. should get a better map soon. It is what it is. Here, we'll go ahead and hit him real quick. Yeah, no. Go. Alright, yeah, whatever. Okay. Interesting. There we go. You got a little too brave there. Got a little too brave there. Should do better on the next map. It's all good. Long as we leave with some. Let's see. Let's see. There we go. Weird question. Do you have any ideas for future videos you want to do? Yes, there is a bigger theory I'm cooking on in the background, especially after, what is it? Like the ending of Not Real Name, Not At All's video. Like there's a bit of a hint there. Watch her latest video on Glitch Trap. And like you might kind of see where I'm going with it. It is going to be a minute, probably, until I do another theory, because that, I think instead of the fire video, I want to do this one, but this might be, like, in the same way the Afton family video is for me now, like, this new one might be my new magnum opus tier big for me, so, it's going to be a minute, and, you know, I hate to say that, but there's a lot of, like, background legwork, like, checking things and finding evidence for things I'm gonna need to do. But if it is true, you know, there definitely might... It would change how you look at FNAF, like, entirely. Again, the one hint that I'll give is the hint that I've been giving since, like, the Secret of the Mimic live stream. And that is, Shatter William. That's just the one hint I'll give. I need more evidence for things, though, but again, with, like, looking also retroactively after Secret of the Mimic at Glitch Trap, I feel more confident about it, that there is something to this idea of Shatter William. Because people are asking all these questions now about, like, oh, what's Glitch Trap? Oh, what's Burn Trap? Oh, what's the Mimic? Oh, where's William? You know, there's a lot of pieces in motion at the moment. Yeah, I remember you mentioning Shatter William. Yeah, and everybody I've mentioned the idea to, just it's mainly just to test the waters, see, and I guess also a test of, like, how knowledgeable are people about, you know, FNAF theories, right? Because there's a Shatter victim theory, right? And, you know, assumedly people could kind of connect that with what I'm thinking with Shatter William. Again, I need more evidence to, like, kind of crunch it all together. But Again, definitely after, like, and that's also what I'll say. You want more hints? Look at what Not Real Name Not At All was talking about with Glitch Trap. Like, those are the two things I'll give, but I need to keep my lips sealed with literally anything else until then, because one, I don't want to ruin it. My original OC theory, don't steal. But also because, like, now that I've, like, had my, you know, eyes drawn towards Glitch Trap more, I feel more confident about it. Like, it's enough for me to, like, because before I was kind of on the fence, like, it's kind of like my hot take, right, where there's, like, just enough evidence to support it and make a theory, but, like, not enough to where it's, like, outright provable, or even, like, you know, a super solid theory, right? You know, something that feels really good, like how there's two spirits in Golden Freddy, right? Like how everybody's pretty much on the same page with that. Good God, can I get a single indoor map? But those are just kind of my thoughts for now. There we go. Tap and leave. Oh, really? She's trying to circle back, or no? No, I think she might just lead me to everyone else. Yep. Yep. There we go. Now we're cooking with portals. This. Oh, hey, by all means, you want my attention? You will get it. By all means, your wish is my command. Body block tells me you are ready for attention again. Enjoy. Now you're already Death Hook. There we go. Is anyone even gonna come in for the save? Yep, this one's coming in here. Let's see. Check here. She's gonna try and sneak in this way. Get this. Go. Glad they sat on the gins and didn't really go for her. Enjoy. bloodlust. Go. Throw you up there. And we'll give this a lickety-kickety. Go. There, good God, if I can get down. Let's see, anyone around? Nope. Alright, excellent. So we're just gonna chill here. Yep, there's that one. Buying me precious seconds. Yep, there's this one. Go. There we go. There we go. Now just down to this one. See, you can make it work on open maps. You gotta play nasty, but you can do it. Fair enough. Alright, now we'll just take what we can get with her. There we go. There we go. Interrupt the heal. Cute. Yep, now we go for her. There we go. Watch how fast they go in the DCs. No? Oh, does someone have a last chance perk? There you go. Got you. See, you gotta play, you have to play very nasty as Scratchmere Myers on an open map. Yep, there we go. Good stuff. Got the 4K. See, altruism gets them every time. They gotta get that 4-man out, even if it costs them 4-man down. But hey, that's how you get it. Let's see. GG. Maps are ways. Fires. Posting this earlier than usual. Yeah, the, what is it? New chapter just dropped and the big Myers rework happened, so I'm just kind of checking him out, which I'd like to get a single godforsaken indoor map. So we're going to change the offerings before we try another build. So yeah, let's see. Yeah, Midwich. Go. There's that, and then the red glyph. Excellent. But yeah, in case you didn't see, Myers got a rework. What is it? His add-ons very much got reworked, like Judas Tombstone. Hooking a survivor during Evil Incarnate refreshes its duration, but it limits it to 40 seconds. I did play with it on the PTB, though. It felt very good. And 40 seconds is more than enough time to down someone else. Scratch Mirror got bumped up to a Visceral. Pretty much all the same, but you get a bunch more blood points, though. Lock of Hair. Well, you know, Evil Incarnate is active. Hold the ability button to end it prematurely, and you save half of your duration. So, this is kind of a long-term planning one. Definitely not bad. Excuse me. Like, I especially imagine pairing this with, where is it? Yeah, Judas Journal, and then running some Obsession swapping build. This would be extremely good for an aggressive build with Lock of Hair and Judas Journal. Reflective Fragment. Hitting a survivor with Slaughtering Strike adds 20 seconds to the duration. However, it only deals a single health state of damage. So really, like, what's the advantage? Like, I guess you can, like, break pallets and stuff, because that's another thing. You can, with his strike ability, you can now, like, instantly punch through pallets and breakable walls. But if it doesn't instant down, that's kind of like dookie. Excuse me. Where was it? Yeah, Tombstone, you get undetectable for 20 seconds every time you pop it, which can be very nice to getting those jumps. Vanity Mirror. When your incarnate ends, you see everyone's aura for 4 seconds. Yeah, that's not horrible. Hairbow. Increases duration of Evil Incarnate by 20 seconds, but decreases the stock meter fill rate by 20%, so you gain stock slower, but your Evil Incarnate lasts longer. Interesting. J. Myers, of course, increased pickup and hook speeds by 40% in Evil Incarnate. Interesting. So this would be really good for ducking flashlights then. Jewelry box, stock meter fill rate by 30%, but decreases your stock range by 16. This could also be good for an aggressive build. Go. Let's see if the map offerings actually make any difference. If I remember right, it only like buffs up the chances like 20%, but God, that's better than nothing at this point. Please give me Midwich. I've been very good. I mean, hey, Hawkins, that works too. This is also an indoor map, finally. Alright, there we go. Now I'm not gonna get pre-ran for 50 feet. Here, grab this real quick. There we go. I smell fear. Hey there, V. I see a new target as well. Hi, Sable. See, she thought I was chasing V, and I was, but I broke off to go get her. There we go. Go hit this. Hi, V. Oh, did you change your mind there? Oh, good. Haunted ground. Watch this. Watch this. Wait for it. Wait for it. Thank you for getting my totem, guys. Much appreciated. Oh, okay, yeah. Stan you if you were immediately gonna go for the unhook. There we go. Wow, DC, that was fast. I mean, hey, I get it. Myers on an indoor map. Up you go. Oh, they're so afraid of me. There you go. You save the bot. Good stuff. Up you go. Pretend I didn't see her. Yep. Oh, yep, by all means. There we go. There we go, just to make sure I didn't get the unhook protection. There we go. Oh yeah, they ran for me hard. Hi, Sable. Bye, Sable. Clown's Jiggly Fupa. God, what a name. Up you go. Yeah, you guys let me cook on your team a little too hard. I'm surprised you kept trying to gen rush and didn't take aggro. Now it's just you two with 4 gens to go. Here we go. There we go. Where is my obsession? Where is V? Let's see. Hey, there she is. Howdy doodly. Lightning quick on the DC. And hey, she ate a DC penalty for that. Because the other one wasn't on the ground. There you go. And hey, that's a GG. Womp womp. And I guess it ate the sound effects. There we go. Oh yeah, they left fast. They left fast. I mean, hey, I get it. Again, Scratchmere Myers indoor map, you know. Your fate was kind of sealed. So hey, not bad. Let's actually try his new power, though, the Evil Incarnate, and see how I feel about it. Alright, so Scratchmere is decent. What's some of my good old ones? Herm. Herm. Yeah, this was a good old build as well. Hang on, let me double check this to see if this is still good. And now that I can know how to rename things, there we go. Call this Obsession Hunt. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, on the Obsession by 40%. In stock prematurely. Let's see. Hang on, actually. Let's see. By 16 meters. Is there anything else that speeds up the 20 to 50% faster? It'd be good for a brake build. Charge speed at 10. That could be good for like a lunge build. Exposed. Even increased by 50%. So this is, yeah, this is the old Myers build then. That's fair enough. Bat. Duration by a quarter second. The charge speed of soldering strike by 25%. Okay. Is there nothing else that really... Blarg. Stationary with survivors by 10. Range by 8 meters. No, it's just the Inception one. I mean, that is super fast, but I'd like to see if I could get it even faster. I mean, yeah, I guess these are the only two that do it, but it does really tank your distance. But it could be super fast to do and incredibly funny. And actually, yeah, if this is kind of a more of a chasey build, that really wouldn't matter anywho's. Cause yeah, once they blind or stun me, they're the Obsession, and then I just stand still and stare them down, and I can probably pop it by the time they even do that. So yeah, let's try that. Okay, I've seen the glitch trap video, so I might have a very small idea of what the Shatter William is. By all means, share it, and... Well, again, like, you can say whatever, but, like, I really don't want to confirm anything one way or the other, but, I might do what Scott does and be like, huh, that's interesting. Very interesting theory. Right. Yeah, I mean, I'd love to hear it either way. So, yeah, what is this? Obsession by 40%... on 30, so 70% faster on the Obsession than just in general. That would be lightning fast. For 3 seconds. Once the exit gates are powered, I can kill the Obsession. Okay. Sick. And mind you, that my theory isn't anywhere near fully formed yet. Again, it's very, very early, and I wonder if I even should have said anything to tease it, but like, to do it right, like, it would probably be like at least a half-hour long video, like, with how much I'm going to have to explain. I will say that. Because it is a lot to go over, and it is a very weird way to look at it, but again, yeah, like, there's other stuff I want to say, but I don't want to give away the beans too quickly. And besides, I need a lot more information for stuff first. Now to actually try Mikey's new power, which is very interesting as well, because while I am an evil incarnate, again, the breaking through pallets and walls is super cool. Along with the one hit down. And of course, play with your food if I'm going to be playing with the Obsession anywho's. And yeah, Dark Devotion kind of keeps them wary of getting for the unhook, but also keeps me undetectable. Yeah. Let's try it. Angus beef. We'll have to see how annoying the 16-meter stock range is. And again, something else I think they changed. It might have been a function before, but if you're stalking while standing still, it does stalk even faster. So I might be able to get it lightning fast. However, it is sad it's also a thing to where you can't stalk more than one person at a time, technically. Which I guess would be a bit cheesy, because the second you find a group, you can basically, like, insta-pop it almost. Let's see. Alright, so we're in stalker mode. We want to stay in this as long as possible. Alright. Let's see. Dang, yeah, that is short. Alright. Oh, wow. That was easy. A bite random. I know the general consensus of Hell 1 or 2 is that both endings happen, but I'm not sure that's necessarily true. While I'm in-game, if you would kindly remind me what were the two endings for Help Wanted 2. Let's see. Oh, yep, there you are. Let's see. Okay, so it's not, like, mega long. Oh, wait. That was for sewer mode. Whoops, I'm a dingus. Okay. Yeah, back to stalker mode. Chill here, yep. I knew where everyone was. No, we just sit here, wait for them to go for the unhook. Oh, okay. Okay. Interesting. in this nice little corner over here. Russian dim gins, Russian dim gins. Russian dim, Russian dim, Russian dim gins. There we go. And then we chill right over here. Don't know how I got caught there. Let's see. There we go. Perfect. There we go. Now I'm faster. There we go. That. Hit that. There we go. Now I don't even gotta bother hooking you. That was pretty quick as well. Perfect. Now we swap the obsession. Swap to pursuer mode. Here we go. Now just throw you right here. And we'll just chill right here. They're probably trying to rush that one as quick as possible. Okay, sick. This real quick, why not? Cool. I shouldn't have even bothered to get the red glyph. Oh yeah, there's this one. Okay, yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, the obsession did go on hiding there. Yeah, no such thing as salty winners, right guys? Yeah, I want to try that again. But God, yeah, the 16-meter stock range is really rough. It really, yeah, should only be good in chase. Let's see. And also, again, it's a brand new, like, entire kit for a killer. Like, obviously people don't have years of practice with him yet. Like, not super brag-worthy. But again, it's just the survivor mindset, I guess. It's that exact attitude, which is why I really don't care about whatever rules they give for killers. Oh no, you tunneled. Oh no, you face camped. Oh no, you did that. Oh no, you did that. Oh no, you sat AFK in a corner all game, and because we love generator simulators so much. You know. We just have a blast sitting on a generator all game. That's why we play this as survivors, is to repair gens. That's the most fun for survivors, is to repair gens. Like, I could care less about it. These people act so entitled, by all means. Well, time for me to do the same. Duh. Yeah, if we could get a good Rancor, assuming we can get the Obsession. Let's see. Also, a lot of console players. We'll try this one more time, and if we can't really get good real estate out of it, we might have to take off the jewelry box, but I feel like it's better to get the stock, like, once you're in chase, is the impression that I get, at least. But again, the neat part is with him is that, God, you can just chew through pallets and walls with him. Which, again, is much better for a late game setup, because then they've got, like, nothing to play with. Backwater again. But hey, I should have plenty of places to start now that it's not jump scare Myers. Let's see. You know, even though the background music keeps glitching, I kind of like it with no ambient sounds. Truth be told. There he is. Oh, I didn't charge him long enough, okay. Yep. Got him. Look how fast that was on the Obsession there. Up you go. And now I can, swap to Pursuer mode because I'm undetectable. Anywho's. This. Oh yeah, and look how much faster we kick that. back to this one. There we go. Break their heel as well. Okay, yeah. Oh no, that was just Rancor, okay. Or, whatever that's called. There we go. Look how fast we got that. Yep, hit this. Stevie Wonder. Nope. Yeah, that recovery takes a little bit, though. Makes me wonder how much better is it really. There we go. Grab you. I mean, hey, the other one led me right to you. Don't get mad at me. Up you go. Nice. Nice try. Up you go. Go kick this. Yeah, that guy is still regressing. This. Womp. Oh yeah, they're all way over there. They're gonna let her die on hook. Works for me. Perfect. Does anyone else feel like going for it? Here we go. There we go. Audi 9000. And your turn. Yeah, the base kit Mori is so nice. And like that, hey, you guys got another gen, but now it's just you two. Let's see if it was worth it. Someone was over here. Actually, yeah, we're gonna want to let this guy stun me. Bloodlust, 2. Perfect. Thank you.
we go. Now we get those stacks. Now we break. Yep. Now we're even faster. Yep, now we got that. Now we break again. I could have swore he was over here. Ah, no, he's over here. Yep. Nope, not quite. There we go. It's interesting that the attack counts as... Well, I guess, yeah, it's either M1 or M2 loses you a whiff stack. There we go. And there he is, Mr. Buttercheeks. I saw you around here somewhere. This. Faster here, yep. Stalker mode again. Oh, they just straight boogied this way, okay. Yeah, I see him way out there, okay. We'll try to cut him off. There we go. There we go. Ooh, just barely. Oh! Nice try. Grab you. Ah, she's gonna be way over there. Now you're gonna have to come way over here to get him. Sewer mode. Yeah, no, she's over here. Or no? Okay. Interesting. Into stalker mode. They both boogied this way. Yeah, I think they're over here somewhere. Maybe, maybe not. Where did they go? Interesting. Play involving turning on a generator is always intriguing. Absolutely. That's what most survivors say. Yeah, DBD is about doing generators, and that's what's the most fun to them. There we go. Yeah, God, that is just so cool how fast we can pop that. Go. Break it, yep. Okay. Okay, cool. There we go. Look how fast we get that back. Where the hell did we go? Oh yeah, there you are. What? Okay. That not... Oh yeah, that is my obsession. Dingus. There we go. Yep. There she is. Interesting. Maybe, maybe not. I don't know. Must have boogied fast. There we go. And there's Rancor. Securing the W. Oh, she just straight boogied. Interesting. Let's see. Also, to better explain my earlier comment, I think Hell 1 and 2 presents two conflicting endings. One where the protagonist kills Glitchtrap, and one where Glitchtrap kills the protagonist. Remind me, what are the two endings again? There's the... Help 1 and 2. There's the one where you finish Princess Quest. And presumably get stuck in that staff bot. And then there's the other one, what is it? Where you're attacked by the evil nightmare staff bots. And what happens after that? Oh yeah, you're also still stuck in a staff bot. And you give Cassie the mask. Which is interesting because both of those could still work. Go. Cliff Seeker. Knock down 5 survivors. Okay. This one isn't bad. But let's try a whole new build from scratch. Also, give me another moment. I need to use the restroom real quick. I will be right back. excuse me. At least I know I'm well hydrated. Just got back. Princess Quest has Vanny crushing Glitch Trap. Yeah. And the Phastron ending has the player stuffed into Mapbot, where we see Mapbot get yeah. Yep. Took me a second to remember. Been a minute since I've seen Help 1 and 2, but yeah, those are the two endings. And I do think there's a possibility both endings are canon. Because we do see Mapbot give Cassie the Vanny mask in Ruin. So I'm pretty sure that actually happens. And because J-Top outright said in the... was it the second? It was one of the FNAF interviews. Where J-Top outright said that yes, Glitch Trap is dead, or defeated, or whatever. He is no longer a player on the board. Which also makes me wonder if Glitch Trap was, like, fully M1 or M2. Like, I don't, like, think it was. It might have been a copy. But, like, how anticlimactic would that be if, like, M2 is just straight, you know, destroyed there? And it, because then, like, with finishing out this arc, like, who's the bad guy? Right? Is my pickle. But that does make me think, like, both endings could be canon. Because Glitch Trap has to be dead, and in the ending where we give Old Man Consequences the Vanny mask, we see Glitch Trap getting destroyed by Vanny. Which leads me to believe that there's something going on there, and that both might be canon. I had a lot of fun with this one. This is an aggressive chase one. To refresh its duration, yeah. But it limits it to 40 seconds. But 40 seconds is a lot of time. But to get more mileage out of it, we'll want some aura reading. Let's see here. He said the Princess Quest ending is the end of Glitch Trap. He did not say Glitch Trap was actually dead. Did he? I will have to look at that interview and see what his wording was exactly. And see, a simple misunderstanding like that, you know, look at how wildly different of a conclusion I came to. Doesn't really help us during. So we're locked to that for 40 seconds. I wonder, does Tombstone Piece work with it as well? When it activates, freshes its duration. No, so it technically only activates the once. So something that will help us get the down. Excuse me. Survivor with Slaughter adds 20 seconds to Evil Incarnate's duration. But the trade-off is you only deal a single state of damage. Doesn't sound super skibbity. By 5%. Base duration, 0.25. To help get the down, let's try Glass Fragment. Now, what else? Yeah, Aura Reading is what we're going to want. So we can just always know where they are, because if it is, it's just effectively Survivor musical chairs we're playing. So let's see. Actually, hang on a second. I remember one. Calling crow gives you a visual cue. Then 36 meters. Cooldown of 5 seconds. That could be good. We'll try that. The way I see it is if Glitchtrap was actually defeated, how is he still able to command the staff bots and kill the player? Also, Mattbot has rabbit ears when he gives the mask to Cassie. Hang on. If Glitchtrap was defeated, how is he still able to command the staff bots and kill the player? Huh. I mean, he could have just programmed to do that, and they were just kind of left over from that after he was defeated. Possibly. But isn't there also that, charging pod as well that has the purple stuff coming out? And, oh yeah, don't we actually see his hand or something, Glitchtrap? So, yeah, blah, 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 blah. If the bad ending isn't canon in Help Wanted 2, why are we seeing something that happened? As far as we can tell, in, Ruin. Because the way I understand it is Help Wanted 2 takes place before Ruin. Just a little bit before. But it is still before. Mapbot having, yeah, and that could have been a leftover too, but it's just like, yeah, that is, if it does happen before, but like, in Help 1 or 2, like, we see what actually happens in Ruin, like, Mapbot giving Cassie the Vanny mask, which, like, says to me that it also happened, but, like, if it's not, why are we seeing that? Excuse me. Why are they showing us the bad ending like that if it's not canon? When it's outright connected to something that does happen, for sure, in Ruin, right? Yeah, we see Glitchtrap's hand reach out and then the staff bots attack. That's just my thing. Is that, why, if the bad ending where we see from the perspective of Mapbot giving Cassie the Vanny mask, why are we being shown that by Scott and Steelwool? If that's not canon, like, well, it does outright actually happen in Ruin, right? So why would they be trying to connect a non-canon ending to something that is canon and actually happens, right? If it meant, like, if it meant nothing, because, like, the only other way you use a non-canon ending is to find canon things in it, right? Why do you think the rabbit-eared Mapbot is giving the Vanny mask to Cassie? I guess the implication I always thought was that Cassie's father is, like, sort of a prisoner in the Mapbot, and he's just kind of, like, seeing this bot that's under Glitchtrap's control give her the Vanny mask. Because Glitchtrap is still looking for a new host. Or again, perfect vessel, if I could be so bold. But again, I could be wrong. That, you know, that assumption could be wrong now post Secret of the Mimic. You know, that's just gonna be kind of hard to tell. Why is it giving the yeah, like, I think, yeah, just like I said, like, the only thing that makes sense to me, because, like, why is Glitchtrap looking for a human puppet in the first place? You know, first that guy, I forget his name, at the IT company, then Tape Girl, then Vanny, and now Cassie, presumably, right? Like, there's a very strong correlation of, like, Glitchtrap trying to like corrupt and possess Vanny or what's her face, Cassie as well. That's exactly what I think the Help 1 or 2 bad ending is, and that's my thing, right? Like, if like it's weird for both endings to be canon, but at the same time, like again, like how do I put it right? Like, okay, like this is gonna be weird, but like imagine in like Toy Story 3, right? The ending where like everybody saw what happened, right? Where like they're all like falling towards the incinerator or whatever. Like imagine Pixar did like an alternate ending of that. Um, where like I don't know. Um, like Zurg or whatever his name was, was just doing Gangnam Style in the background, right? But in the middle of something that actually happened, like it's like why are you doing that? Like something that's totally not real and not canon. Trust me, guys. In the middle of something that is clearly canon, right? Like the actual ending of Toy Story 3. Like you get what my problem is here. I like this example, right? I mean, that's just like something so clearly not canon, like supposedly, right? In the middle of something that like why would you do that as a storyteller? Right? Like if the bad ending doesn't also happen, why is it directly connected to something that does in Ruin, right? We see from Cassie's perspective the Matbot give her the Vanny mask. And in the Help 1 and 2 bad ending, we see that from the Matbot's perspective, which is presumably her father kind of trapped in there, right? After the Nightmare staff bots grab him. That's just my thing. Also, yeah, I need to actually finish this build. Aura. Hang on. Actually as well, hang on a second. Yeah, undetectable and haze, that would be nice. Yeah, friends to the end. That would also really help. Yeah, furtive and friends go together like peanut butter and jelly. Da, 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 da. Yeah, and I get more aura reading. Could be good. Because Tombstone is going to be doing the heavy lifting. I really just want to know where they are at all times. Let's see, Survivor Aura maybe. And really bad eggs. Bum ba da bum ba da bum ba da bum ba da bum. Fades. It's good for slowdown, but I mean, I could like bolt on lethal. Spies might just be doing a lot of heavy lifting as well. At the beginning I see them for 9, and anytime I see that it's increased by 2, so friends to the end becomes 12 seconds. For 18 Yeah, it just makes the lunge even more scary. We'll try lethal. And if it doesn't work, we'll go from there. But yeah, those are my thoughts. It would be easier if both the endings in Help Wanted 2 were canon. I'll say that. But yeah, if Glitch Trap, and again, J-Top did outright say Glitch Trap is, or wait, well, what did he say? Hang on. In the Princess Quest ending, yeah. Is the end of Glitch Trap. Not say if Glitch Trap was ever actually dead. Well, like, what's the possibility of that? Do you think we're getting security breached again, where, like, the one ending that should be, like, clearly canon, and is the one where it's, like, fully animated and everything? That's not the canon ending, but no, it's the Princess Quest ending number 2, right? Like, do you think they're pulling a fast one like that again? With Help Wanted 2? In which case, Glitch Trap could still be in play then, if the Princess Quest ending isn't the canon ending. What's the possibility of that? What's the possibility that in Help Wanted 2 that the Princess Quest ending is not the canon ending, and the canon ending is the, what is it, Mapbot ending? Like, what's the possibility of that? Is what I wonder. Here we go. Yeah. Because I think, like, making him faster... I remember that from the PTB as well. Making Michael faster also increases the speed of his lunge as well. Exactly. I think the bad ending is the true one. Well, I mean, that's not me making a declarative. I'm just wondering out loud more, like, what is the possibility that that is the case? And if it is, what does that mean for the future lore? Especially, again, if Help Wanted 2 takes place before Ruin, what's the dealio with that, with the effect that would have on Ruin? Because, like, looking at Ruin again, right, like, clearly there's the two entities talking, right? There's the yellow-eyed helper, and, there's M2 disguising itself as Gregory. So unless M2 has multiple personality disorder, gotta be someone else, and, like, Glitch Trap wouldn't make the most sense. Maybe the bad ending is the canon ending, and we were wrong all along, and the Princess Quest ending was only to show us lore, basically. And they did pull a fast one again, which would be very funny. Alright, let's see. Oh yeah, right over there. Okay, that's nice. Can we get some sort of unholy angle here? Yep, we sure can. Oh, okay, that was skibbity. Oh, that vault is super nice, though. Oh, come on. For the love of God. Oh, it automatically forces me back to Stalker mode. Okay. Ran over here. You just straight dipped, okay. I can't end it as well. Alright, that took a little too long. I'm getting like no use out of this add-on because they just take too long to get. Alright, whatever. Princess Quest 4 is the good ending, but we know it can't happen because of what we see in Ruin. Well, that's what I'm starting to wonder now. Before I thought it was both, but apparently, you know, not anymore. Here we go. Let's see. See. Oh, it's like in Secret of the Mimic. I didn't read this one. The storytime ending where the Mimic's eye turns blue is the good ending, but we know it can't be the true ending because the Mimic is still violent with orange eyes by the time of Ruin. The problem is I don't think, what is it? The secret ending is canon. I mean, you can use that argument to show, like, are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. What is it? You can use that ending to, like, show, like, more about, like, how the possession works with, like, M1, M2. Or, well, didn't in M2's case. Storytime is the good ending. It is the good... well, it would be a good ending, but I just don't think it actually happens. As you point out, yeah, like, yeah. Well... I mean, it could be the canon ending. Actually, now that I think about it. Granted, again, this relies on the assumption that you agree with my two mimic endo theory. Which, if there are two, and the one we see in the secret ending is M1, or the M1 endo, which becomes the perfect vessel for David. And M2 is also still running around and still a player on the field. Yeah, the secret ending could be canon, for all we know. You know, at least at this point, you know, it's really going to depend on, like, you know, whatever canonically happens after this that we see. Like, we're going to need some sort of, excuse me, follow-up on the Mimic. Excuse me. I would also point to what we saw in the recent, playthrough I did in the New Game Plus, looking for more changes with the update, that they're pretty clearly, with those one blueprints you see in the room, you find the audio log where Edwin's talking about reaching out to Fiona on the radio. There are quite clearly two different Mimic endo designs. Sick. I don't know how they hear that so quickly. No, I'm saying the storytime ending doesn't happen because of what we see in Ruin. This would be much better for Scratch Mirror Mikey. How does it not happen then? God, how are they so good at seeing that? Oh yeah, I don't have that one build, so I gotta kind of dodge that. Come on, let me get this back, for God's sakes. Sick. Alright, whatever. Sit on those fucking generators for all I care. Let's see. No, I'm saying the storytime ending doesn't happen because of what we see in Ruin. I know you are. I'm just, like, wondering the hypothetical out loud. What is the possibility that it is canon? That the one we thought with, like, Parachute or the bad ending... Well, I didn't think really anybody thought the bad ending was canon. I mean, you might be able to argue that it is, but I mean... you know, you know, unless you think there's a possibility that multiple endings are canon, which might be the case. You know, the bad, like, that's also a thought. Could the bad ending and the secret ending both be canon? Well, no, because yeah, no, because the one you get the glitch permission, one not. So yeah, no, the bad ending would still not be canon as well. All the endings are possible outcomes, but only one is the true one. I mean, that's the implication I'm getting. And I'm just starting to really wonder, like... I'm starting to change my mind that the Parachute ending was the canon ending. I'm starting to wonder, what if the secret ending is the canon ending? You know, for once, right? Because everything, like, after would still work as well. Yeah. Like, whatever exactly... and I heard somebody else mention the other... Or what was it? Yeah, not real name. In her video, like, pose the question of, like... Because my big problem with the last playthrough we did is that I kept asking over and over and over and over and over again, what is Cradle.exe? And no one had a good answer to that. Until I saw her suggest the possibility, that what if Cradle.exe was like the earliest form of Mexis? Not the machine, the Mexis machine, but like the Mexis Rabbit security system. Because then you could have it to where M1, the M1 MDO with David inside it, and David's, you know, soul subsequently is no longer in play. And M2 is still running around unresolved and still a threat, right? That's the argument I'm starting to wonder now. Like, is the secret ending actually the canon ending? I suggested Cradle.exe was the Mex's program during the stream. I forget if you did. I remember for sure hearing that suggestion in Not Real Name's video. And I might just be mixing it up. Which is entirely possible. Or you both came to the same conclusion, which is also possible. But I mean, with that revelation, it kind of makes everything fit. You know, it makes sense to me, at least. That, but my pickle is that the Mex's program can't just be that, because, like, if that was David's soul, and it became a perfect vessel, clearly, like, isn't around after. So I also wonder, like, did it give him a happiest day? Is what I wonder. You know, those are just my thoughts. So try that again. Yeah, Spies actually is working fairly well, I will say that. I'm wondering if instead of friends, we try something else. Let's see. Honestly, Trail might be good on it. Let's try that. Yeah. Storytime has us pacify the mimic. Yeah, it still turns its eyes blue. Yeah, which says to me, right, that is the program Edwin made for M2 to copy David, was put in M1 to invite David's soul in as a perfect vessel for David. So he ends up possessing M1. We know this can't happen because the mimic is still hostile and has its eyes warned by the time. Well, again, I'm relying on there are two mimics. There's M1 and M2. There's an M1 Indo and an M2 Indo. Build another. Build. Like, you can watch my whole theory on it if you want. I think there's two mimics. I would need a lot of evidence to show me that there's not. Because it gets really... If there's not, then M2 is the mimic Houdini and somehow teleported in the room in the, 5 seconds we counted, while you're crawling in the vent, which is the one way into that room. There we go. watch the... There we go. That resets it. Boo. What a start. And refresh again. Wow, there we go. Grab him now. And there's the DC. There we go, and refresh again. Is anyone else feeling brave? Let's see. Oh, there's one. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Go. Just out of time. But wow, what a start. Yep, I don't think so. There we go with you. Grab you. Grab her. There we go. Flip over to pursuer mode. Wow, Spies really is nice. This way. Nah, there's no way out of this room. Sick. Alright. She went that way. She's going up here. There we go. Now we're cooking with portals. Wow, through the window. Hurt. That one. Go and refresh. Let's see. Where are the others? Let's see. You in the basement? No. Probably hit so well they'll probably just bleed out in the corner. where did this other one go? Ah, there he is. Nice. Story time has us pacify the mimic, which turns its eye blue. Let's see. Its eyes blue. We know this can't happen because the mimic is still hostile and it's orange eye by the time of ruin. Again, yeah, I don't think so. I think it, so do you think the violent costume-wearing mimic that's being imprisoned by Mexus in Ruin is M1 or M2? M2. Is what I think. Again, this is, you know, with those blueprints that, again, I really wish I would have included in the video. With that, and, again, my whole theory, I would like someone to disprove all the points I made in that theory of 2 endos. And again, yeah, the whole M2 mimic Houdini thing, how the heck did it get in that closet, in that room, when we hear it in the house, like 5 seconds before, roaming around like, you're around back here, and then we're crawling through the vent, the one way into that, David's room. The window is on the 3rd floor and closed, not obviously open. The door is locked. There's no way in. The door is still closed. And in the 5 seconds it goes from out there to in there to pretend to just, and to, you know, take off all the crap that was on it. Like, there's no way. The mimic Houdini is where that came from. Like, how would it have done that all that fast? Also without making a noise, by the way. Do that one. Yeah, she's getting some decent mileage out of this build. Charge speed slaughtering strike by 10%. Yes. And trail, yeah, I need to kick gens more. Because if I could have the evil incarnate at the same time I'm undetectable, that would be super nice. Question, do you think the helpy AI that talks to Cassie while waiting the Vaney match is glitch trap? Excuse me. Yes. I think the yellow-eyed helpy is glitch trap, and the fake Gregory is the mimic, which is, again, what we also see by the end of Ruin. Like, I'm Gregory, right? Clearly, the one that was pretending to be Gregory was M2, right? So by default, that kind of makes Helpy glitch trap, right? Because if it's not, who else would that be? Otherwise, again, like, does M2 have, like, multiple personalities, I guess, kind of floating around at the same time? I would think it'd be easier to explain, like, oh, yeah, Gregory, fake Gregory is M2, and glitch trap is yellow-eyed Helpy. And instead of lethal, because we don't have friends now, let's see, just for the joke, yeah, face the darkness. Why not? Forsaken Boneyard. Let us get it. It's good. Nope, not quite. Ooh, okay. I thought you were gonna throw that. There we go. Now we're cooking with portals. Get you on this really cute little hook here. Oh, there we go. Spies from the shadows coming in clutch. Nice. That extra dash range is excellent. Who says they don't like dash slot Myers? And refresh it again. There we go. And there's the DC. Refresh again. Oh yeah, they're running fast. And actually, yeah, to make this even more potent, so I don't forget that, now I'm undetectable. So I have to get it again, but hey, we got a lot of mileage out of that one. What in the potatoes? This bot has no fear. I didn't mean to pop it quite yet, but that's fine. Go. And now we kill him. And throw him out of the trial. crushing them gens hard. Hit this, refresh. Then hit this, undetectable. Okay. What? Okay. Here we go. Yeah, hit this real quick. There we go. There we go. Grab you. Up you go. Now we hit this. I do believe they kind of 3-gen themselves. There we go. Da-da-da, up you go. Let's see. Where's the other one? There goes that one. I think she just straight dipped on you, my G. Let's see. Oh, wow. Ice cold at the end. Let's see. Why do you think... I mean, it was playing with Hattie. With how you were patrolling. I'm not just kidding. I was. Alright, whatever. It was weird. Why do you think Glitch Trap in the form of a pink and white bear with orange eyes would help Cassie shut down Nexus and free M2? That is a question. Hang on. That is a question. First off, and not to, be pedantic, but if it's not Glitch Trap, what is Helpy then? Because the only other thing that could possibly work is, like, the multiple M2s, I guess. But god, that would be so weird. Let me rephrase. Why would a virus that depicts itself as a mascot costume and stuffs people into suits want to help free a mimic program that wears mascot costumes and stuff people into suits? Granted, we don't know for sure what Glitch Trap is. I mean, hell, even at the end of Not a Real Names video, she couldn't come to, like, a real conclusion on, like, what is Glitch Trap actually? Like, is it a program copying William? Is it William himself? Is it both? And you see, this is the problem, too, because, God, I guess I've got to give away more. I can't really talk about what I think is actually going on, because that's tied to my Shatter William theory that I'm working on. But you're on the right track, thinking about Glitch Trap like that. Yeah, is what I'll say about that. Here, and actually, what's another build we could do with him? Because I like that one. Also, one of the hidden teasers for Help Wanted was titled ORGN, where you have Indo Head. Yeah, it is, and I do remember that. Kind of gray area how canon that is. Wasn't it actually taken out of the game? And Scott actually, I think, talked about that at one point. That seems to be a repressed memory. But which, you know, is funny because that does make me think more like remember how like when Burn Trap first showed up in Security Breach, and people are saying like, oh no, that was never William. Like they're gonna pivot to make that the Mimic. I don't think that was actually the case. I think that was William the whole time. Is just what I also think of. Actually, here's an idea. How about a haste build? These two together. Quarter second longer. Decreases the charge speed by 25%. Charge by 5%. Decrease the charge speed by 10. So the charge speed is very slow. But you do move faster. Charge speed is 35% slower, but strike lasts a quarter second longer, and you move faster. On top of all the haste, this might be good. Because Furtive will swap the obsession. Yeah. The Rescuer becomes the obsession. Yeah. Let's try it. A haste build with Myers. And the 2 mirror shards, so it'll take 35% longer to charge it up, but it lasts a quarter second longer, and you move 5% faster. Do you think it's possible that the teaser was a hint to the idea of Glitch Trap's origin was a form of an Indo Head? I mean, yeah, entirely possible. Which would indicate that's what they meant by that, because that's also where Glitch Trap really started to kind of, you know, come into, from behind the curtains, as it were. But again, the pickle with that, is that, again, if it was removed, unless they come out and say something, we're never gonna know, like, was it removed for lore reasons, or was it removed for gameplay reasons, was it removed for, like, he didn't have rights to the image, or, what it is. Which I swear, it might be the second Dawko interview that specifically was asked about. And I think it might be the last one where he didn't have, like, rights to the image or something, or was worried he didn't, like, I forget where I saw that. But one would need to explore that to really come to a conclusion on. Which, if it is an endo hedge, oh boy, wouldn't that be interesting? Especially with what we've seen now with Secret of the Mimic, right? People started calling Showbiz Pizza and Scott didn't want to hurt. Yeah, it was something like that. Did he make a statement about, like, was this still canon? Nope. Ooh, that's a spooky. Oh wow, that lunge is fast. This is very nice. Up you go. There we go. There we go. Haste Myers doesn't feel bad. There we go. Okay. There we go. lightning fast on the DC. Let's see. There we go. Yep. I don't think so, my dear. Eventually, you will run out of pallets. Take you to the corner here. Give me a lot of stock there. Go. This. You are running out of pallets. We'll throw you in the basement because that's closest. There we go. Thank you. Go. Hold on, I'll read that in just a second. I should have charged it a little longer. Nice. Oh, you're my obsession. There we go. There we go, got the butt. Da-da. Up you go. Ah, that stupid counter. Ah, for God's sakes, okay, whatever. That stupid counter got me. That guy's regressing, that guy's regressing. Go ahead and give this a lickety-kickety. There we go. He never mentioned anything regarding images, the image's lore relevance. If he did, that's a shame. Because I swear that's what people were asking him about. Like, since he removed these, should we take these seriously? And that Jin lost a lot of progress. Pretty much all of it now. Ah, yep, there we go. those two. Oh, really? Okay. Here we go. I mean, hey, at least she's trying to play it. There we go. There we go, and then leave her on the ground. Where is the other one? It is what it is, whatever. Just get her out if they won't try to go for the hatch so bad. And would you look at that? Entity must have been happy with me. Oh, good, and these gates are close together. Someone was mooning. Ah, went straight for there. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, you never mention anything regarding the lore images lore relevance. I'd need to go back to that interview to see exactly what he said. I need to find the obsession more. Oh, and I need to remember to get those stacks, most importantly. Let's see. But that dash is very good with these two add-ons. Gotta remember to charge it a little bit more, but still. Yeah, because it takes 35% longer, but it lasts a quarter of a second. I gave more context in my earlier comments. Yeah, he removed the teaser because he didn't want fans thinking Showbiz was connected to FNAF. So he did say that, then. But that doesn't outright tell us, well, should we have taken its... Should we still take its inclusion seriously? Like, should we still try to pull lore from it, I guess, is what I'm wondering. You know. animatronic part, he thought the images were blurry enough that people wouldn't realize. Oh, wait, hang on. I might have missed that one. God damn it. Hit the wrong button. Here we go, let's see. I found the post comment where he asked one of the founders of Showbiz to email Peter real animatronic parts. Yeah, I remember that. He thought the images were blurry enough that people wouldn't realize. Yes. But then he removed it because he didn't want people to think Showbiz was connected to FNAF. Yes. I do remember that from the interview. Yes. It's annoying if he's still keeping it nebulous, I guess, then. Like, can we take lore from that, or no? Or is, like, the image itself not canon, but the intent behind it is, you know, like... I don't know. Like, should we connect an animatronic head with Glitch Trap? Is just the core of it, but... Scott, as always, is very guarded with what he says. And hey, I don't blame him. He's crafted a very neat narrative and world. Gotta be very careful not to muck it up. There we go. Oh, cute. Okay. Okay. Go. Someone's coming this way. Nice. Still got her. Yeah, she just dipped. There we go. They were very slick on the slip in. Or actually, break. Break. There we go. Here we go. I think it's interesting that while the other teasers were images from the actual game, Scout used a real image of an Imdo head for the origin team. That is interesting, although he has done stuff like that before with, what is it, the Vengeful Spirit being one of his children, if I remember right. Ooh, almost. Alright, break. go. Let's see. Hey, Blue Star, thank you for hopping in. I will be with you guys in just a moment. Go. Or actually, oh yeah, we gotta hook you. Wonder how she got off. It's like everybody running slippery meat or something. No, she's right over here. Ah, damn. Where did the other one go? She just straight dipped. Come on. Tried to fake it. There we go. There we go. And the base kit Mori. Ah, there we go. Alright, now I can read what you guys are saying. Let's see. Glad you didn't read all of it. Looking bad at the letter, half that comment was just a bunch of nonsense. I found more evidence that the mass and moon.exe are meant to represent Fiona. Interesting. I do still stand by the names of Omega Consequences ending being your own and happiest day more than a coincidence. Da, 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 da. Most excellent. Eerie shards. Da, 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 da. We'll take a break real quick to chat and catch up. Along with the items needed to fix the mask, with there even being a new icon of a sewing machine and a fire icon added. At the end of the minigame with all the glitchy yellow stuff, David's special items are specifically paired up with masks. Yes. Interesting, and I think there's only one person who's associated with sewing and fire in Secret of the Mimic. Also, we see the sewing machine in David's third birthday tape, actually. Yeah, I do remember that. You know, I guess I'd kind of turn the table to you. What do you, like, what are you getting at? Like, explain, elaborate your idea there. Because you've caught my attention. Now, clear that out. And while you do that, actually, I am going, let's see, there you go, enjoy that, to heat myself some food real quick. Explain what you mean, and I'll be back in, like, a few minutes. Give me just a moment. Whoops, I just realized my mic's been off. I came back a minute ago. Whoopsies. Um, what is it? I was reading all this out. Yeah, so yeah, I read through all your comments. You're under the impression that Moon.exe is about M2 sacrificing its memories of Fiona, which, I mean, could be the case if the M2 program is a copy of the M1 program. Um, does that still jive with everything? Yeah. Who made Moon.exe then? Like, who would have the meta knowledge of all of this? Um, to be able to make Moon.exe and make that, like, middle connection of, like, oh yeah, this is what M2 is doing, right? Like, that's just what I wonder. Like, who made Moon.exe in this case? Um, yeah, apologize. I did it. I only have two brain cells as a streamer, so I didn't have a third to remember to turn my mic back on. But yeah, the note down in the moon section shows what's clearly a Fiona mimic having memory issues. Yes, I remember that. I remember there was the one on the desk where it's the employee talking about this weird sense of deja vu or whatever, and that's never really been touched upon. And there is also the one in the security office in the basement where Moon is, where it's talking like isn't it something weird with like Fiona like losing a kid or something? Like we need to read that one again. We were expecting consciousness loss for indeterminate amount of time. Yeah. Also, I gotta check my thing real quick again. I'm sorry. I'll be right back. It's an air fryer, so it takes a second. Where'd Costco go? Eating a chicken bake. There we go. Let's see. Yes, I remember that. And it was I'll never sleep again, and that part ties into the player of Moon.exe not wanting to sleep ever again. Which is very odd if the protagonist of Moon.exe is M2. In which case, it's like there's this weird mesh of like the program, like especially with like, and again, right, like I kind of am still leaning on my theory that there is both an M1 and an M2 endo. I made a whole theory about it. You can watch it. And you know, also including what we saw in the latest stream that I missed, which is the blueprint showing the two different endos, but whatever. So like that's just the lens I'm looking at this through. I think this is more evidence that M2 did have Fiona's memories at some point due to it being a copy. Yeah. And again, that part would make sense to me, right? Because if Fiona in the Mexis machine outright said that, like, it was originally in that email message, like, it was originally a copy of my program, but now it's bad, right? If that's the case and it was a copy of it, like, surely it stands to reason that, like, the program that was mimicking Fiona would have some of her memories. And when that got transferred over to try and make that a David like alteration of the program, right? Like it would still have some of those memories as files, right? But the copying process did weird damage to the memories. Possibly. What do you think like the intention of that would be? Like what are we supposed to do with that? Also, another thing we were talking about was who we think Glitch Trap is. Oh yeah, because that's kind of an in vogue topic now. Not just with not real name not at all's latest video, but it seems to be a recurring thing in the fandom right now. I think Rytoast also did a video on it. Like a bunch of people are talking about it. Um, what is Glitch Trap? Um, she couldn't come to a conclusion for sure. Um, she leaned towards the idea that it's both William and what is it? Um, like a copy of him. Um, whether or not Glitch Trap, like something in me makes me feel like I don't think, like it doesn't feel right for Glitch Trap to be the Mimic in any capacity. I might be totally wrong, but that's just a gut sense I have. I think that's where the weird note about a memory error ties in. Yeah, the one where that note is talking about that. Like, I remember we were expecting lost consciousness. Like, what do you think the point of that is? Like, what are we supposed to glean from that? Like, playing pretend here for a second, like, we are Scott Cawthon and Steel Wool. We are making Secret of the Mimic. We are putting this in the game. What do we want players to glean from this? I still hold the thought that Glitch Trap is just M2. If that's the case, who is mimicking Gregory's voice at the end of the Ruin? I mean, hell, I don't even really have to ask that. Who do we see mimicking Gregory the whole time by the end of Ruin, right? That was M2. That wasn't Glitch Trap. In fact, halfway through Ruin, if I remember right, they had a little argument. Yeah, with my help. Right. It just doesn't feel clean to me to just say, Glitch Trap is M2. I think that ties into why the Mass and Moon.exe need to get fixed before M2 can get the David mask for some reason. Because otherwise, I don't see why we need to fix something like that. Mass and Moon.exe need to get fixed before M2 can get the David mask for some reason. Which is odd, right? Those three masks in particular. First off, why are there only three? Like, why three specifically? It's a Bonnie, Freddy, and Foxy mask. There's no Chica. Which is odd. And even deeper than that, the Bonnie mask is specifically a golden Bonnie mask. Why? That is odd. M2 is both helpy and the Mimic. Oh, so you think like the multiple personality thing makes sense, and it was just kind of arguing with itself for some reason. I started, yeah, with my help, right? Like, that's weird. For like, you would think it would be in consensus with itself if it is itself. You know, like again, it just doesn't feel clean to me to also say that either. I think the three is to tie it with the three chests for David. Okay. Sets of three for things with memories. Sure. Okay. Or at least in this instance, I'll buy it. Why? With those masks, my question also, I would also ask the question of why. Why is it a Golden Bonnie mask? Why is it a Freddy mask? And why is it a Foxy mask? Why is it those three in particular, and why is it only three? Why not 4 or 5 or 1 for that matter, right? Like, why is it 3? Bonnie is William, Freddy is Henry, Foxy is Edwin. My name is Edwin. I made the Mimic. Herm. That's a thought. Golden Bonnie's William, Freddy is Henry, Foxy is Edwin. You know, I would think Edwin would be the Freddy, if only just because of the bow tie thing, but maybe that's me looking into it a little too much. Um, but wouldn't it also be odd at this point in the timeline to have a game showing like William and Henry broken and like implied to be dead when they're definitely alive for like years to come? For Henry, it's decades. And I already explained how I think the end of Moon.exe with all of the glitchy stuff is associating them with important items. Yes, you did. Putting the mask and sewing stuff with David's plush and blocks. I remember you bringing that up earlier, but I didn't see you, like, extrapolate on that if you did while I was in game. What do you think is the weird connection with all the, like, sewing stuff? Like the sewing machine and whatnot? Like, what's the dealio with that? Foxy was made by Edwin. Yeah, yeah, and that is true. It's just odd that the bow tie, which is also kind of a call to Edwin, but fair enough. My explanation for why it's those three masks specifically is to tie the witch's hunt with Proto Freddy's. Oh, Fiona is a seamstress. Sure. Okay. I guess like what's the point of like what's the call? Is it just to tie it with Fiona somehow? I mean, you could also do that with the sun. Like we get the sewing kit from a burned down seamstress shop. Yes. And it is odd that it is burned down. I give you that. Um onions. Yeah, why is that? And Fiona made puppets too. Yes, because Fiona designed the Springlock characters. Um, yeah. Do we know that for sure for anyone besides Chica? Like, how do we know? Like, how do we know it would be Fiona and not Edwin? Because like Edwin's always like associated with the Fazbear project. Um, is there any like smoking gun piece of evidence that shows that it was Fiona that? Or wait a minute, hang on. Yeah, I'll answer my own question. Because in that audio tape, like, yeah, like, what is it? Edwin's saying, like, when he's complaining about, like, oh, I just keep using the spring locks. Like, Fiona's designs are great. So, yeah, Fiona did design them. Fair enough. Um, okay. If that's the case, yeah, in the audio, yeah, I caught myself. I remembered that. So yeah, I think it's pretty heavily implied that Fiona was a seamstress that sewed stuff with. I mean, sure, yeah, she was. I'll buy that. So I guess I'm just saying that's a weird like connection to make when it's already like strongly associated like Sun with Fiona and Moon with Edwin. But I guess that would just be a little too on the nose, huh? They had to make it somewhat vaguely kinda sorta vague. And then they were replaced by Fazbear's animatronic designs. Um, yeah, yeah. Oh, you can do the little emoticon stuff. Neat. I guess I set that up right then. Yeah, lol. Um, Which, God, I really do wish we would have gotten a, what is it? Like a view of the Alt Fazbear designs. Or the Alt Puppet designs, which also shows that Fiona might have designed the puppet for them, too. So yeah, any more questions? No, I was just kind of wanting you to kind of elaborate on that idea, and it sounds like you did a pretty decent-ish job of it. I think I might have missed some of the earlier stuff, but um, I guess what are we meant to take from Moon.exe? Oh yeah, and the one question I did have is, if this is all the case, it makes me wonder even more now, like, who made Moon.exe then? 1 second, gotta reset stream. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Whoa. Whoa. Yeah, let me actually check something real quick. Alright, I'm back. So what was the question? The question was, if that's the case, that makes me wonder even more so then. What's your answer to who made Moon.exe? Like, it was always strongly associated with being Edwin, but my problem is, like, how would Edwin know literally any of this that's going on with him, too? And if it's not Edwin that made Moon.exe, then who did? And why? Because, like, in universe, Moon.exe is clearly a real, actual game we can find on the computers throughout MCM. So, like, if Edwin made it, how? And if it wasn't Edwin, also how? Also, to answer the Helpy and M2 argument, Glitchtrap did the exact same thing and Help wanted by appearing as both the anomaly and mimicking Tape Girl's voice. But outright arguing with itself live just for the ruse that Cassie was already, like, hardcore bought into? I don't know if I solidly buy that. Good question. I think it's heavily implied M1 made it, because Sun herself says, "You found all my presents." Okay. Okay. Why? Why is she making it? Why is she making Moon.exe? Would be my next question then. Because I will give you, like, she would be the only other one who would know all of this. Or have the potential to know all of this. And, like, ties in with her motive of, like, fixing or, like, resetting M2 to be the perfect vessel for David. Sure. But, like, what's the point of putting all of this in a game? From her perspective, would just be my question. Daycare attendant from Bacurity Screech appears in Moon.exe, so I'm not sure if we can say it's an actual in-universe game. Does he? I mean, yeah, the moon statue. It could have just been that design inspired the daycare attendant later. But what's also still weird about the daycare attendant is that he's heavily implied to be very old, given how he's got very similar designs to the Mimic. So he's still kind of an enigma, too. Probably in hopes that someone would help fix M2, because I feel like she's just helping someone. She's just hoping anyone would help to fix M2. Yeah, because when you beat Moon.exe, you get the glitched permissions. Why not just why even make it a game? Why not just outright hand out the glitch permissions? Maybe hang on, maybe it's because she would have wanted to tell whoever the story of like how all this happened maybe, and like give them more of a motive for wanting to fix M2? Maybe? Because it is those glitched permissions you get at the end of Moon.exe. That's the only thing that like properly resets M2, and assumedly, in my opinion, what we see in the secret ending allows it to become the perfect vessel for David. His soul can go in it, and then, we see him completely, change his appearance, not just the size, but the eyes, too. Okay, sure. I could see that. God, that'd be interesting. If, like, Moon.exe was kind of, like, created as, like, a last desperate attempt by Fiona, possibly before she got chucked in the basement in the Mexus machine, to get someone to help her reset M2 since David was ignoring, or Edwin was ignoring her. Okay. I kind of like that, yeah. Um, because I think M1 probably won't just trust any rando to do it. Well, I mean, if that's the case, then why is she putting it on a Moon.exe game that's accessible by pretty much any computer in the facility? It looks like she made it so some rando would find it, is what it if that's the case, would imply to me. Glitch permission only allows us to enter the bedroom. The mimic schematics are what's needed to fix the program. And I wish they would have made that more clear, but it is odd because, yeah, we do download both the mimic blueprints and the glitch permissions. Who's to say it's not both? That you need both the glitch permissions and the mimic schematics to fix M2. That and gathering all the gifts would be a sort of test to see if someone is willing to do it. Right. That's my idea on it, I'll admit. It is an interesting idea. Just to think on it again real quick. Moon.exe is created by M1 Fiona in an effort that somebody would be willing to fix, to get somebody to be willing to fix M2. And it's via beating Moon.exe you're even able to try to... Well, wait a minute. In my opinion, you don't fix M2 in any ending. Right, like, the thing in the secret ending in the bedroom, that is M1, in my opinion, not M2. I'd need to look more closely at the blueprints that we found of the mimic endos, but... Well, yeah, I mean, if you remember the blueprints we found in that live stream, not only just from my previous theory, but they're pretty clearly from those blueprints seems to be two different mimic models. Like, why would they show us that if there weren't two? And again, if there's only one endo, then you've got to believe the M2 mimic Houdini theory, which I find is, like, way too laughable for me to really entertain. That somehow the mimic teleported into that room without making a sound in, like, the 5 seconds we're crawling through the vent. And that's just a little too unbelievable for me. But yeah, as far as like the Moon.exe itself being a method, like a last ditch effort by M1 Fiona to get somebody to be willing to reset M2 to do that in the first place, yeah, that totally fits with me. It quite possibly could have been, before even she got chucked in the basement in the first place. And she's like, oh, maybe, some of these, like, last employees will be willing to help me, who knows? Because, Edwin's ignoring her at that point. Or just about to start doing that. Yeah, I like that theory. Um, sounds sound to me, at least. Give me one more minute. Be right back. We're Costco guys. Alright, I'm back. Let's see. That's all I got for my broken mass equals M2 corrupted from Fiona's memories idea. Would you agree that, like, that sounds like that would be done in an effort to finish making M2 a perfect vessel for David? To purge all of, like, the mixing with Fiona out, and so it's offering up her memories as a sacrifice effectively to also do that? Convoluted, but it would work. Pretty confident in this now. So anyway, Glitch Trap. I still think it's M1 being influenced by William. Now, do you mean the Endo or M1 Fiona? Like, I call her Fiona because, like, I think it's her soul. Is what. Like, maybe we should take a step back and answer that. Do you think whatever it was that was in M2 originally and got put in the basement, is that just a program or is that actually Fiona as well? Because I think it's both. I think her soul latched onto it because M1 was a perfect vessel for her. In the same way, M2 was meant to be for David. I think M1 is just a program. Oh boy. Okay, before I answer about the mass. I think the thing in F10 is Fiona. Okay, So me and Blue Star agree, but Glitch doesn't. Okay, that's fine. My question for you then, Glitch, would be, in that audio recording where we hear Edwin first reaching out through a radio, what is easier to explain? That is her actual soul? Or the mycelium men slash M1 program that Edwin put into all of his technology, uh, like remote hive mind is effectively what it would be, because there would need to be some sort of intelligence to be able to tune like turn on a radio, tune it to 4625, and then reach out to Edwin at the precise moment he needed to hear that to convince. Like, there's too much intelligence behind that. Would be like my question. Like, how do you explain that? So what I'm saying here is that Glitch Trap is a mix of William and Fiona in a digital being. Oh boy. Uh hmm. And yeah, for your proposition about what the masks are, yeah, I agree. That's what I've come to. Fair enough. Mix of William and Fiona in a digital being. Now, are they just mimic copies of both of them? Whether or not it's Fiona's spirit coming through the radio, I think that audio log is just to explain why M1 sounds like Fiona. I got no clue if they're mimic copies. And I mean, like, M1 just acts way too different to actually be Fiona. You know, people can change over time. Whoops, there we go. I would also imagine people could have their perspectives change a little bit after they, die and had their soul put into something. Like, that's my take at least. I know I'd probably think and feel a little differently about things. Mm, being a mimic, it's hard to tell what's copying and what's original. Yeah, that's kind of the pickle with a mimic MacGuffin, right? M1 calls him Edwin, Fiona calls him Ed. Yeah, Ed, you're seen the party. Yeah, she does in the whole movies. Yeah, she always does call him Ed when she is alive. And even in the audio tapes throughout the factory, she does always refer to him as Ed. Yeah. Mm, I mean, yeah, that could still work because I'm not saying that there wasn't an M1 program mimicking Fiona. For the perfect vessel idea that I'm kind of pursuing to work, there has to be both an M1 program mimicking Fiona, like fed things of Fiona to start mimicking her. So now there's a body in combination with a personality mimicking her. Like, in my mind, it's these two things together that kind of make a perfect vessel for something to coax a soul out of the ether, right? Which is how it works if the body wasn't already attached to the physical thing, which is what we see in the original FNAF canon, right? With again William stuffing the MCI into suits, right? That's how that worked. That's why their soul, again, also echoing William in the Silver Eyes trilogy of, excuse me, the spirit would follow the flesh, it would seem, right? It seems you could apparently, at least if I'm right, and this is what Secret of the Mimic is telling us, it turns out you can also do that without having the body in it. You just have to effectively convince the spirit that the thing you're mimicking That you mimicking its body in another body is as close as you can get to the original. More towards Afton's soul being there. Princess question shows purple being more organic, affecting green digital stuff. Yeah, because there is also this weird thing with Tiger Rock that's never really been super explained from the books, which, again, you know, books, I get it. But at the same time, there was this very clear dichotomy between purple and green. You remember that? About how Tiger Rock has both green and blurple eyes? And it's implied like there's two things in one thing. Yeah, there we go. Like, how odd is that? Right? Oh, there we go. Looks like it might take a second. And one doesn't get bothered by Edwin being absent from David's life like Fiona did. On David's 4th birthday, Edwin leaves to go back to work and M1 isn't bothered at all. That is a good point. Yeah, if my memory is right, Blue Star is green and purple. God, that's a pickle. David's 4th leaves to go to work and M1 isn't bothered by it at all. God, that, like, outro speech, though, at the end of the parachute ending is just so weird. If that's not Fiona, good God, that's weird. Because of, like, how, like, you remember what I'm talking about, right? Like, at the end of the parachute ending, where she's giving, like, that long speech to Arnold, right? Like, but she thinks she's talking to Edwin. Of just, like, how personal it sounds. Like, I love you, but I love our son more. Like, it just feels way too sentimental for it to just be the mimic program. Because, like, if there's going to be a difference, that, like, all right, how about a compromise idea? What if Fiona's soul wasn't M1 by that point? What if, for a time, like David, Fiona's soul was kind of just floating around the area vaguely, but had to be coaxed into a body? It is personal from N1's perspective. Well, not just personal, but, like, emotional, right? Whereas you point out there's an absence of emotion and, like, or, like, how Fiona would have reacted to Edwin, like, dismissing David on his 4th birthday. And yet at the same time, like, is very emotional and, like, trying to reach out and connect to Edwin at the same time. Like, is it possible that Fiona's soul just didn't get into M1 until later? Like, there was like a brief overlay time, perhaps, uh, where Edwin kind of had to piece this together and, like, try to, you know, get her in there. Or maybe he didn't even consciously know that's what was happening, and it just so happened that Fiona's soul kind of found her way in there. You know, completely separate from Edwin's efforts to kind of, you know, copy her. Why doesn't anyone say anything when it first meets David? If that she can be with her son again. I don't know. Isn't it implied that like she's like turned off because he's just like showing David like the endo? Like it'll wear costume, it'll do things, da 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 da. Like it not saying anything kind of implied to me that it's like turned off and he's just showing him the physical endo. Excuse me. Honestly, I'm still confused about the last part of Moon.exe, I'll admit, because it seemed like M2 planned to bring David back. Then they make the Moon statue, and then it says something about Moon being reborn, which is something. Yeah, that extremely mysterious line by Helper. You remade Sun and Moon, like, together, like, a combination of the two. I again would need to read those lines again specifically, but it is very odd. Oh, give me just one more moment. I am back. Why would turning the program off affect the spirit possessing the endo in any way? Well, I mean, just like what I just wondered, right? Like, that was probably. Or, well, not even like what I just said. Like, that was probably just recorded before Fiona got in there in the first place when Edwin was reaching out in the radio. Like, it was probably long before that. Even like him saying like it was like it'll be a babysitter and do chores around the house, like that was probably when it was like even just before like it getting the name of Trisha, in my opinion. um just kind of being a maid bot and prototype at the same time, is how I would answer that. Is that, that was just before Fiona got in there. Like, it seems like David isn't a part of M2 by that point, not even by the time of Secret of the Mimic. But then why does White Tiger say things that happen to M2 and David? That is odd, and I remembered noting that this last playthrough, because I remembered that, which is annoying. If it's David's spirit, and if it hasn't been in the Endo yet, why is it saying stuff like the Endo would? Hell, more importantly, why is it the White Tiger that he's representing of his plushie? Why is it sounding like an actual Springlock? Excuse me. Like, why is that? Why does the White Tiger plush sound like a Springlock? Why is David choosing to present himself like that? Uh-oh. We might have to reset DBD. Looks like behavior is having technical difficulties. Hang on, we'll fire it right back up. I should also mention I don't think M1 existed before Fiona died. Blah, 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 blah. I disagree. I'd have to really go into that. But I definitely think M1 existed before Fiona died. Hang on, Jeezel, I gotta reset Steam. Hang on. Maybe something really got bricked here. Let's see. Dunno, White Tiger is probably closely tied to some mechanics of supernatural stuff. Oh, it's making me sign in again. Weird. There we go. Here we go. Now Steam is just totally boogered. Hang on. I don't know why it signed me out. Okay, no. Hmm. There we go. I just used the wrong password. Whoopsie poopsie. Let's see. Gaben. Here we go. There we go, Gaben. I'd like my account back. There we go. Alright, we're all good. That was really weird. I guess Steam, like, forcefully signed me out for some reason. Interesting. There we go. Fire up DBD again. We'll be all good. I agree Edwin was working on the Mimic before Fiona died. Okay, yep. Yeah, I also think he made M1 after her death. Interesting. I think that's what the environmental storytelling of the 4625 tape is hinting at. The other tape before of, like, Edwin introducing him to her, like, I get the sense more like it was before that. And again, that's the rough part. Like, when do you date that tape? The one where he's introducing David to the Mimic, right? Like, when could that have taken place? Like, it's very vague. Along with Edwin being distraught over having no one to watch over David while Fiona is gone in that one tape. Yeah, honestly, I think Security guard is right. I think David only possesses M2 at the end of the story time ending. Yeah, that's what I thought. Now, what's very interesting is that I'm slowly starting to be convinced that the secret ending is the canon ending. I'm not all the way there yet, but I am thinking it. Oh my lord, it would be so funny if White Tiger Costumed Ghost was actually M2's Fiona Ghost or something. Hang on. Oh god, that would be weird, yeah. Like, because the weird thing to me, honestly, is like how convinced some people are is that there's no supernatural anything spookies in Secret of the Mimic at all. Like there's no possession, there's no souls, like there's nothing. It's all just mimics or the mimic hive mind, like mimicking Fiona and David. In which case, I really want someone to explain to me what's up with the White Tiger apparitions throughout the factory, hearing David laugh throughout the factory, Arnold, like, oh yeah, there we go. Arnold, like, panicking at random spots throughout the factory, like, if there's none of that happening at all, if there's none of that at all, why are we being shown that? I believe the tiger is David's spirit. That's the implication I and a lot of others got, at least. I don't believe that, of course, that the white tiger is actually Fiona's ghost. I don't know, it would be an interesting thought, but no, like, I think, and if everybody agrees that David's soul is in play, he is haunting the building, there is clearly some level of supernatural something going on here. Why can't the same be said for Fiona and her soul? If David is there, why can't Fiona? Is just my thought as well. Right? Like, why is that the line we draw? Like, it's extremely interesting to me, in fact, that Fiona could be, like, the first case in the FNAF lore of, like, any kind of soul possession whatever going on, and it was by complete accident. Wouldn't that be a twist, right? Because, again, what's interesting about Fiona's death is that it is tied to what we've been getting teased about over and over and over and over again since Help Wanted 1, which is Fall Fest, right? And I swear to God, they have got to do a Fall Fest game next. Or it's either that or Scott and Steel Wool are masters, untouched masters, with build-up that leads to nowhere, right? Why hype and build mystique around Fall Fest if we're never going to learn anything about it? And if anything, only have more intrigue. Like, before it was always an assumption that it was a fire at Fall Fest, but then we got Help Wanted 2 saying, a fire, fire, I'm on fire, and the carousel catching on fire. Okay, there was a fire at Fall Fest. And now, here in Secret of the Mimic, even after that, we get like, oh yeah, Fiona died there. And like all this connections with burning and like her statue was burned or the seamstress area was burned, like connecting her with a fire, right? Building and building and building intrigue towards Fall Fest that's never gonna pay off. Like, how god awful would that be with storytelling, right? Like, there's ways to do stuff like that right? Like, look at like Red Dead Redemption with like the Blackwater Massacre, right? You never actually see it outright, but you just like meet characters or like hear stories in the periphery around it, and you feel the aftershocks of it, but you never see or know what the event it is. But like, yeah, you need a whole bunch of periphery around it to build mystique to something like that. But like with something like FNAF, I don't think that works in the first place. And two, FNAF's never really been set up to have like 10 tons of detail around one subject in particular, you know? I think it's leading somewhere, in my opinion. Mm. To make my stance clear, I think M1 is a program, M2 is a program, and Tiger is David's spirit. You know what's funny is that I agree with you, just not in the way you think. I think M1 is a program. I think M2 is a program. It just so happens that Fiona's soul attached itself to the M1 program, and then when the M1 program got yeeted into the Mexus machine, Fiona's soul followed it. M2 is also a program that was meant to be a copy of M1's program of Fiona to mimic David, so is like David, and was intended to have his soul attached to it, but it is not, and by the time of Secret of the Mimic, David's soul is still floating around the facility. Is how I think it works. Honestly, there's more evidence of Fiona both spiritually and physically haunting the building than David being able to. I want to hear that. And you know what? White Tiger being in Basement 2 makes more sense if it's Fiona's ghost somehow, since the 4625 tape sets up how her spirit is down there for some reason. It is odd. Um, why down? I mean, maybe just because that's where Edwin reached out to her. My first knee-jerk response. Hmm. To explain, Fiona in F10 is seemingly connected to the entire building via the security system. Okay. Hmm. So if the program's mimicking behaviors is what allows spirits to possess them, in part, I do think there still needs to be some kind of body. Does that mean Edwin is also possessing M2? No, because I don't think Edwin is dead. Especially after the update, right? Like, if that shadow isn't Edwin, who could it be? Is just my thought. So that's how I got how she's physically haunting the building. Because she's connected to everything via F10. Yeah, and if her soul is still down there, yeah, I dig that. Yep. And the spiritual haunting, whatever is going on in B2 4625 tapes, lol. I think it because again, like it would be so weird to just say like, oh yes, David's soul is in play, even though he died after the fact. But Fiona's isn't, even though she died first. And if anything, at the moment at least, her death is more horrifying. You know, burning to death in a fire, I would think would be more, spiritually sort of, what would you call it, like traumatic. Versus like, well, hell, we don't even know how David died. For sure, at least. There's a lot of guesses with like falling through the Moonhead floor or like getting crushed by a parade float, but like there's no smoking gun showing, yeah, like, oh yeah, for sure, and like it's obvious enough to where everyone agrees. You know, those are just my thoughts. We just connected the whole building. I think she could haunt the whole building. Just speculating wildly here. I mean, in theory, yeah, you're right. Either, if not, like, maybe not outright haunting it, per se, but influencing it via whatever connections the M1 Nexus machine has in the basement, because clearly there's still a connection between her in the basement and Edwin's house, because remember, we get that email where she's talking about, like, oh, hey, I'm sending a technician your way. He has the glitch permissions or whatever. He's also got a data diver, da 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 da, like, fix M2. Like, when it's clearly referring to us. And in fact, I think that email says, like, sent 5 minutes ago, right? So she's clearly got a connection all the way to the house. It stands to reason she's also connected throughout the factory, sure. Um, I just don't know if her soul could reach out that far. Maybe with whatever the machine can do, and she controls the machine, but, you know. Also, here's something. We don't hear Tiger Rock or any of its ambient chatter in the mansion. Correct. Wait, I'm confused. If Fiona's soul is in the F10 machine, how can M1 be the endo and the story time ending? I mean, why couldn't it? Yeah, when Edwin got fed up with her, he took her program out of M1 and put it in the Nexus machine in the basement. Her soul followed it, so now the M1 program and Fiona's soul are in the Nexus machine in the basement, and M1 is vacant. And then that's where we find it in David's closet in the secret ending, and M2 is still the crazy one running around. So by the time of Secret of the Mimic, the souls aren't in either endo at that moment. What if that's because F10 isn't able to access the house? Spoopy. I mean, she's able to access it enough to send an email at least, which is interesting. So then how is the endo moving? Because it does, what is it? It does still have a Mimic program in it. Like, it is still able to move and function, like, on a basic level. Now, if anything, and you wanted to try and debunk me, the harder thing for me to argue is, if that's the case, why is the endo hostile in the secret ending? Um, and the best I can come up with is that in the process of Edwin partially, for a while at least, how he was on board with trying to fix David by building him a perfect vessel, because he clearly built M2 to do that, but then that didn't work. My one saving grace bet would be Edwin says, okay, I fucked that up. You know what did work? M1 worked. And since I already vacated it of the M1 program, I'll just take the M2 program, put it in M1, and try to make it more like David, and have it be the vessel. It would be my response to that. Because the M1 endo has M2's program in it. You just said the program was removed and put in F10 dash. The M1 program was, yes. And then after Edwin beat up M2 and clearly, either wasn't able to or wasn't willing to fix it, whatever the case, we don't know for sure. That's when I'm saying, like Edwin says, oh, okay, so I'm not fixing M2, so what else can I do? What did work? Oh, yes, M1 worked. And then he takes the M2 program, puts it in M1, tries to make it a vessel for David, loses heart halfway through. Would be how I would explain that. Wow. I don't know if that's a good or bad wow. I mean, hey, that's why you guys come to this channel, right? Unhinged theories, guaranteed entertainment. So then what's the mimic chasing us around the whole game? That's M2. Edwin just took a copy of M2's program that got put into M2, but because he beat that one and he can't use that Indo anymore, either whether he wasn't willing, he wasn't able, what we don't know, right? But he clearly had no interest in fixing M2. So I argue he just took M2's program that he set up for David, and it was like, okay, it didn't work the first time with M2. All right, now let me put it in M1 and try to do it through there, because M1 is vacant right now. So Edwin took Fiona out of M1. Well, technically took the M1 program out of M1 and put it in F10. And her soul followed, and he just... Whether he knew that or not, that's a little more nebulous, but yeah, effectively, yes. Copied her program into M2. Yeah, it's outright said by Fiona that, like, it started as a copy of my program, right? Then copied M2's program into M1. Yes, after he beat M2, I can't... Again, we don't know why, but would you agree with me that clearly by the time of Secret of the Mimic, and all the repeated time after again, like, Fiona is asking him, hey, fix M2, fix M2, fix M2, and she's apparently also making Moon.exe to get literally anyone to fix M2, and he's not doing that, and no one's doing that, right? So M2, can't be used for whatever reason, why ever it is. Maybe it's just because it's so hostile, who knows, right? So it's like, okay, I can't use M2, I've got M2's program, why don't I just use the M1 Indo that I already took the program out of? There's nothing in there right now. I know it worked with her, so why don't I put it in there? And that's just kind of how and I know it's convoluted, it's weird. Excuse me, but this is FNAF. And again, catchphrase of my channel: unhinged theories, guaranteed. I hope I'm entertaining, if nothing else. But isn't the entire point of the two Indo theory based on the idea that the mimic running around the house can't be the same one in the closet? Yes. That is correct. And yeah, I can't judge since I have a mimic blueprint theory, lol. Fun, and yeah, that is fair. I really wish I would have used that blueprint in my 2 mimic theory, by the by. Because again, it quite clearly shows 2 different endos. One's wide-eyed, one's narrow-eyed. One's lower extremities on the arms and legs are more bulky, the other's more narrow. How can M2 be in both endos at the same time? Well, because the M2 program was originally made for the M2 endo. It got put in there. Edwin lost heart. He beat it. And then, okay, can't use the M2 endo anymore. That's out of the picture. And, I guess that is a good point, though, because if Edwin's already lost heart at this point, why does he keep trying to put the M2 program in M1? Why would he even bother? I looked at my message on Discord. I have not been on Discord. I sent you links to my Reddit post about how I think Moon.exe is showing how Crying Child might be needed to put back together. I have not. I'll have to get to that. I've been kind of focused on this update, which actually I'm done eating now, and we will go back to that, but that is on the list for sure. Which actually I'm done eating now. Excuse me. Sounds like you're saying M2 is the one running around the house and the one in the closet. Again, just the program, right? Because they're still different because the M2 running around that is evil is the one that Edwin beat, right? But again, I will admit, the problem with that theory is if Edwin is disheartened after, what is it? He beats M2, why would he bother putting the M2 program in M1 if he's done with everything by that point? Oh, nah. What's he saying is that the endo that's been chasing us the whole game is M2. Yes, correct. He just copied the M2 program, so there's 2 M2 programs. But again, you brought up a good point because it's like, why? Like, why would he bother after he's disheartened? M1 has just been in the closet in the mansion the whole time. Which is what I thought, because, again, like, all the evidence shows me there's 2 endos. This story gets so much harder and convoluted to explain, and everyone else is welcome to try to explain how everything works, how all of this works when there's only one endo. Also, again, despite the fact that there's the blueprint where the 4625 room is, and there's clearly 2 endos on that one blueprint, but whatever. But he's also saying M1 was removed and put in F10. She was, and yeah, the M1 program was, yes. And that Edwin put M2 in the M1 endo, yes. I think, well, you're getting me to start doubting that now because, again, if Edwin is disheartened after he beats the Mimic, because, like, why does he beat the Mimic in the first place? Stop sounding like him. You're not him. Right? Does that sound like a guy who would then be like, okay, I'm done with all this. You're not him. Stop sounding like him. But you are him. And to do that, I'm going to put, keep trying this, basically, by putting the M2 program in M1. Like, that, I agree, doesn't make a lot of sense. But again, I don't know. Like, how do you explain it then, Glitch? Like, how do you explain it? How do you explain how all this works, I guess? I need to get back to this stream. I've been talking with you guys, well, I've been eating. Let's get back to the actual stream here. I need to give my break a brain from FNAF theorizing for a minute. So there we go. Let's see. There we go. There we go. Dash Slopmeyers. No, I'm not trying to debunk the two endos. I'm asking how M2 can be running around the house while also in the closet. Well, because, again, he just simply copied the program. Like, if he's already got the program, he could do that. I mean, what is M2 but a copy of M1's program, right? He's saying that it's M1 in the closet. Yeah, I do still think that. The harder part to explain to me isn't, like, how he copied M2's program, but, like, why he would even bother at that point after he beat M2. Yeah, it's M2's program put into M1's body. Like, on the surface, and yeah, that does make sense to me, it's just... I'd have a hard time of explaining, like, why, although, like, maybe I could just hand-wave it and say, like, the exact timeline of, like, maybe, I don't know. Like, I would need a solid date, but even then that wouldn't fully explain it, right? Why is it Edwin would keep doing that after he beat M2? You're not him. Stop sounding like him. Right? That's my thing. Right, the M1 endo is in the closet. In my opinion. My name is Edwin. I made the mimic. Alright. Now to stretch my lizard brain. And, back to actually what I started this stream for. My name is Edwin. I made the mimic. My name is Edwin. I made the mimic. Oh boy, Ormond. I smell fear. Oh, that's excellent. bigger than one. Oh, nice. thought they would have went for it. They didn't even try. Let's see. I've been kind of idly reading what you guys said, and I would just politely remind you that there are 2 Mexus machines, at least 2. Remember, the one we get the Mimic Blueprints from is Experimental Storage number 1, and Cradle is in Mexus number 2. Ergo, there should be 2 of them. Just a polite reminder. Yeah, if you look at it, there are... What is it? The one you get the Mimic Blueprints from says... What is it? Like Experimental Storage number 1 or something, but it doesn't give the beans away until you get it from Cradle.exe, which is Experimental Storage number 2, like MXES number 2. Which to me heavily implies that there's 2 Mexus machines. Keep trying Fastmeyers. Yeah, the Mimic Blueprint's under a thing called Experimental Storage number 2. It's 1 or 2, whichever it is, but one of them, Cradle is in one, the Mimic Blueprints are in another. I forget which is which, but yeah, I do remember Cradle.exe is in the Mexus machine connected to the house, and the other Mexus machine is in Murray's office at the factory, which has the Mimic Blueprints. Ergo, two Mexus machines. Experimental Storage is the one. Well, yeah, it gives the full name of MXES, but the one with the Mimic Blueprint says Experimental Storage number 1 or 2, which would obviously imply that's also a Mexus. Unless there just happens to be some weird storage system, I guess, he also happened to called Experimental Storage, much like the MXES, Mechanical X-Form Experimental Storage. It would be a very odd coincidence. New Blueprints is the Cradle. Sort of number 2. The fact it's 2 implies this was made after Mexus. And also, as Not Real Name speculated in her theory, which I'm also like starting to very much take seriously now. What is the possibility that Cradle.exe is the program that runs the Blue Rabbit Mexus thing we see in Ruin? Like, what's the possibility of that? That is the Cradle. Or, well, Cradle.exe. Because, again, there's a program Cradle and there's a physical Cradle, Fiona refers to. name is Edwin. I made the mimic. Ah, I can't turn all the way. Okay. What? Okay, cool. Come on. Dash is very nice. Oh, that was funny. Only one of these is called Mexus. I mean, if... Again, like, is it just a massive, massive, massive coincidence that it shares half of the name, then? Mechanical X-Form experimental storage, and then experimental storage, like, what are the odds? Like, that would be pretty bad game design, wouldn't you agree, if that's not an intentional connection? Or, oh yeah, actually I want to farm whiff stacks off of you. Hold up. Where'd you go? Went this way. And once more. There, not fail. Now we're fast. There we go. Twitch streamers dip fast. Yep. Bunch of P100s, too. Good grief. Only one of the stores had any connection to the Vexus machine. My neck. I mean, it's not exactly a leap, in my opinion, if it shares half the name. What else is it? Is it supposed to be just a random, like, hard drive called experimental storage, and there's the Mexus machine that's called mechanical X-form experimental storage, and it's just a massive coincidence? That would be pretty bad game design if that was not an intentional connection we were supposed to make, is just my argument. Right. And that's how I see it, at least. So just to be clear, you're saying the Mexus machine is separate from... I mean, technically they're both... Like, look at the F10 machine. Like, is it... It's pretty clearly the same one, or of the same type that we see in Ruin, right? And granted, those are the only two we've seen. But they do look very, like, almost one for one. And to be fair, we don't know which Mexus machine ends up becoming the one in Ruin. It could be the one with the blueprints, or it could have been the one Fiona was stored on. Who knows? Do one more with this build, and then we'll do another build. I know, I'm just saying, if I'm right and there are two Mexus machines, they would all look the same. Basically, F10 is the Mexus, experimental storage holding the Cradle program. She could be. I would need to give more thought on if I think F10 ends up becoming the Mexus security system. But I really am starting to believe that Cradle.exe is the security system. I smell fear. really tried to be slick there. Got caught on a tree, sick. Man, I wish you could get it permanently. Let's see. It is kind of the rough part. Go. Let's try something else. No, what would we call this? Kind of Haste Myers. Could build around his add-ons. Let's see. That's a very big tear radius. 25%. 25% of 40 would be 10, so that's a 50-meter tear radius. There's something very funny we could do with that, actually. Let's see. Unnerving Presence. Choleraphobia. try that. M1 might still be trying to fix M2, just currently doesn't have the means to do that, and is just trying to keep M2 from leaving. Yeah. Sounds fine to me. Seems to be her motive to, like, if she can't, you know, oh, if I can't, you know, fix him, the next best thing, I'll at least keep him, you know, pinned in here at MCM until I can, would be my thought. There's a perfectly square hole in the chest right where the data diver insert should be, implying M2 ripped it out. Possibly. Need to look at the M2 design, or the Mimic design again. My name is Edwin, I made the Mimic. Look speed by 40%. Effects skill check. Yeah, no. Hold up a second, actually, give me just a moment. Yeah. By 20%. This could be a very funny build. Get a difficulty cooldown of 35 seconds, which isn't long. Yeah, increased by 25. When it's an evil incarnate, it's in 40 meters. 25% of 40 is 10, so 40 plus 10, a 50-meter terror radius is insane. And with Hairbow, it lasts 20 seconds longer, so I'll get a full minute of it. Either that or Undone, but for now we'll try Oppression. That's the one part that does make me think the Mimic doesn't want to be fixed. But that's like after who knows what happened to it in between. Yeah. Like, because that's kind of the problem, like, I first noticed when we beat, Secret of the Mimic, right, was, you know, which of these endings gets us closest to ruin? And it's kind of like they're all equally, like, not connected. Which is also why I think there's going to be another game before, Security Breach 2. But if you guys saw the Leon Riskin post recently, supposedly there's rumors that the next FNAF game that is in the works is called Abyss, which is very interesting. What do you guys make of that? Abyss. That's a neat name. Alright, now to do the funny. We get a very big tear radius that is absolutely massive. And when I'm an evil incarnate, it's absolutely insane. Hi, Meg. Over there. My name is Myers. I am real scary. Oh yeah, I don't have my super epic launch anymore. Oh, come on. Oh, for the love of God. Alright, whatever. That is extremely annoying. guy's regressing. Quit that. There we go. Oh, a smorgasbord. Guy's got a That was actually pretty good. Double check while we look here. Now let's try it with Undone, which is a very uncommon perk to use. From whatever, basically on the Wii U sucked except for Fatal Fray. That's the one I've ever heard that was actually good, apparently. Oh boy, Auto Haven. Let's do it. Hopefully we can get more skill to it. If the FNAF be deeper, the abyss, I'm assuming. MCM in the sinkhole where Cassie fell down. I mean, yeah, that is the implication, isn't it? Rickety doo-dah Grimes. Someone missed a skill check. Go. Bozosaur. What a name. You do a nice hook. Shown just straight dipped. these guys must be hitting every skill check. Good God. Alright, so skill check builds aren't worth it. And outside of Trapper, I guess. Even then, these guys must be perfect at hitting them. Why didn't it give me the option to kill you? That one just straight dipped. Oh, wow. Yep. Yep. Came to play. Alright, so yeah, skill check builds don't work, which is a shame. Because if you get the massive terror radius, it's kind of like, hey, I'd kind of like to use it for something, but I guess not. They must prefer the ultra sweat builds. So that's kind of ass. Let's see here. Burn with the black design changes. Are you not convinced Golden Freddy and Fredbear are the same? Do you think they are the same? I want to know, like, when the transition to a Golden Fredbear happened, and was Spring Bonnie always golden? Was there no previous version of like a brown bunny? I don't know. Is just what I wonder. Because if not, why was it specific to Fredbear? Like, why redesign him, you know? It'd be like Mickey Mouse, and yeah, the singing show, it might be that old, so I just wondered, like, why redesign, like, Mickey, right? You know, like, color invert him or something, you know? Just seems odd. Actually, yeah, we could try this. Now it'll make it insano big. Your design change or just a product of haunting or part of the illusion, because that is implicated for how Golden Freddy suddenly gains blurple accessories in its Death Coin jump scare in Ultimate Custom Night. That is peculiar, isn't it? Because hasn't Golden Freddy been depicted with both black and purple accessories? Which is also odd. I seem to remember the Golden Freddy in FNAF 1 having black accessories. And yet you're right, the one in Ultimate Custom Night was, blurple. Alright, now we'll kind of have to play Protect the Totem a little bit. But it will be positively hilarious with, good God, how big this terror radius gets. 5% plus 30%. So 55, a little over half, so a little over 20. Like 65-ish meter terror radius, which is insane. Okay, I'm Black. What are you talking about, Golden Freddy? Yes. Just reread what a lot of Blue Star was saying. Fredbear animatronic in FNAF 4 is meant to be the same suit we see in all the other games. It appears to be a Springlock suit for what that's worth mentioning as well, especially in regards to what we've seen with the prototype Fredbear in MCM. And it's also notable the one at MCM was unpainted, so we're not really sure. Although I do seem to remember the one at MCM had purple accessories as well, which is also odd. Peculiar, if you will. Hi. I think I scared her. Oh, and my totem just happens to be here. That is skibbity. That. Hi, Sable. Freddy Rizbear.
Oh!
Timing. Okay. Hold that one for so long. No. Can you see? You all have a hair on you. Up. Russian them jeans, Russian them jeans. Russian them jeans. Ah, there they are. this worked out a lot better. This is why I'm keen on if Golden Freddy ever in universe had a design change to gain black accessories or not. And I am curious as well. Because in the singing show and everything else, it looks like he had black. Goodness, excuse me. Oh yeah, they're mad. They left fast. That was good. I'll do that again. The skill check builds seem to be getting if it's actually big enough. Granted, it is rugged because I gotta protect Huntress Lullaby. Let's see. That's Noed. Hang on. There's all the debate over whether or not the Wizards are actually different designs from the classics, or if they're meant to be the same design in universe. I mean, worn down versions of the originals is how I always interpreted it. I can't speak. True. Limits. Actually, yeah, just for a bit of insurance. I'd feel better with that. The tear radius is already going to be very big at 50. No, I agree, okay. I think the situation with Golden Freddy's accessories is different. And yeah, it would just be a question of like dating things, which again is always going to be really rough this early in the timeline. It's not like the original games where we get a pretty clear progression of time from like what is it? I mean, what's weird isn't technically FNAF 2 the oldest of the original games, technically. I mean, minus, I guess, if you count the mini-games in them. But, like, you can see it go from the toys, I guess, technically, to... Well, the classics were around first, then the toys, then the classics got brought back as the Wizards. Well, no. Technically, it would be classics, Wizards, classics fixed for FNAF 1. It's an odd way to kind of have to look at the timeline of the original games. If you really wanted to push it, Stage 01 seemingly shows Fredbear with a brown hat. Which is odd. Or, well, no, because his original accessories were brown or black. Because almost everything else design-wise is too contradictory to really use much. Yeah, and that's also kind of the problems with the early games. And that's still one of my most fun questions to ask, like, you know, on that, is like, if you could ask Scott Cawthon one question, what would it be? And, you know, before, it would still be explaining Midnight Motorist in detail. And a part of me would still want to say that just to be cheeky, but, God, like, that's a good question for you guys. If you could ask Scott Cawthon one question, what would it be? And he has to answer it. And he can't just say, because, lol. Like, he actually has to explain something. You could ask him one question. What would it be? Now that we've kind of done a pretty decent post-mortem of a... Secret of the Mimic. Secret of the Simic. Well, that was easy. The buttons. Why the buttons? Can I have a high five? What buttons are you talking about? Who canonically in universe has buttons? Is that what is, you know, Final Jeopardy, your final answer? Who canonically in universe has buttons? Freddy in FNAF 1 doesn't have buttons on his chest, but in the following games he seemingly does. I have a feeling like that would be a legitimate, like, whoops, you got me there kind of thing, because those were the earliest games, and it could legitimately be like, well, darn, I forgot to put him in there for the next game. It's like, whoops, you got me there. That's very funny. Yeah, because Fredbear is the most inconsistent with his buttons as well. Okay. That's a very odd answer. Like, what could you glean from that if he did give you an answer? For real, then my question would be, is Circus Baby's Pizza World the sister location mentioned in FNAF 3? That's a good one. I've got a feeling it is. Hold Even Nightmare Breadbear has buttons. He does, doesn't he? That is peculiar. For God's sakes, quit that. Just ran out. And attack and enter a lot of. I'll have to read all that here in just a minute. Had to get that blind done. How much did it help? Rid of this. Okay. There we go. Where'd the other one go? There we go. I'm surprised they don't DC for something like this. Because I would find this pretty boring at this point, I'd imagine. Ah, there you are. Let's see. Now to catch up on all these messages. So our canonical in universe who has buttons at what times can answer a lot of questions. Random question: do you think it's possible for Carney and Lefty to be the same animatronic? I have noticed they're very similar. Excuse me. Looking before, with almost a sort of hinge jaw design like Henry has, or is known for. Mainly because it'd require that the Rockstar designs are way older than we thought they were, and that Henry just for some reason reused an old Carnival animatronic to house Charlie in. Yeah, that'd be interesting. When he goes ahead and makes Rockstar Freddy anyway, it feels weird for him to be lazy about that one specific animatronic. Well, I mean, if it was just to be a vessel for that, and I mean, not really be convincing for anybody. I mean, maybe. Yeah, that is odd, though. It feels weird about that one specific animatronic. That's fair. Although something I would like to point out is that every other animatronic in the Tycoon is seemingly from a previous restaurant. Yes. That is odd. Let's see. So you can get mileage out of this. So we'll call this skill check Mike. Here we go. I suppose Scratch Mirror is fun. What was this? This was an old build. Spies. Or no, this is what I was doing recently. Okay. Bum, 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 bum. Funtime Chica and Music Man are seemingly from Afton Robotics, and Secret of the Mimic implies that mediocre melodies were designed by Fiona and stolen by Stan. Do we know Fiona made those designs, or did Stan? Like, we know Stan stole stuff from there with his buddy. I mean, it's possible. It's possible. It could be either Fiona or Stan. And there are context clues to say it was Fiona, but it could be either way. They said it was Fiona's designs right in the log. We know he ran off with some of her designs, but do we know that they were for the mediocre melodies? They could have came after and be totally original to Stan. by saying, and then we see in Stan's budget. Well, yeah, but just like, how do you? They're not. I don't know why I'm drawing a brain fart on what this situation is called, but excuse me. It like just because he stole her design, that doesn't mean that she was the one who invented the mediocre melodies necessarily. That might be what they're going for, but what is it? Like, I'm trying to think of an example that makes sense here. Like, oh, hey, I had my red truck stolen, right? Oh, there goes a guy down the street driving a red truck. It's my exact model of truck. He must have stolen my truck. Like, no, it could just be legitimately that he just happened to get to that red truck himself on his own, right? It's just what I'm saying, like, we don't know what the designs were that Stan stole. We know that he stole designs, and he did end up making the mediocre melodies. We just don't know when that happens. And again, that more than likely, though, that is the case. I'm just saying you can't... That's not a smoking gun, is all I'm saying. Probably did alter her design for the... Yeah. Now, they could be based on ideas they stole from her. Sure, I have no problems with saying that. But, like, until we would know what Stan and his friends stole exactly, that's a little... Like, we can't say for sure. Orange elephant, purple hippo, frogs with yellow antenna are all characters from MCM. Correct. And the heterochromia pig, a lot like White Tiger with his heterochromia, yes. And Ned Bear is just a ripoff of Fredbear, yeah. Look out, stranger danger. Yeah, it seems like they were, and that's another pickle. It seems like Stan was ripping off not just MCM, but Fredbear's as well. Possibly Chica's Party World with, what is it? The Mediocre Melody Chica. Survivor's hits. This basically keeps me undetectable the whole match. And with spies, I would always know where they are. The ever prominent mediocre cheat. I swear to God, or hang on, I might just be... Yeah, that was a brain fart. Bear with me. You guys are going into deep FNAF lore, and I'm trying to redo a build here. Yeah, no, I was thinking of what's her face, Rockstar. Yeah, Rockstar Chica. I mixed her up with the mediocres for whatever reason. Although I guess in my opinion, the Rockstars kind of seem jank. Anywho, it's like something Henry did in his garage. Between FNAF 3 and 6. And this is very spooky. Yeah, leave me alone. I know I said mediocre Chica. Yeah, no, it was Rockstar I was thinking of. Personally think mediocre Chica should be the new face of Fat. How well no. Yeah, I know. Lordy. Actually, there is a book that implies there is a mediocre bird animatronic. Oh god, and how serious do we take the books, Chad? After the massive disappointment we got after Secret of the Mimic. Secret of the Simic. Tell you what, I want to rewatch that interview with, what was that interview What's-His-Face did from, Steel Wool? Like, talking about Secret of the Mimic, like, just before it released. Because I think there's a lot that he said in there that people have kind of forgotten about. And I would want to go back and see what he said and kind of implied about certain things. Because I remember, like, he said things like, oh, like, there's a lot on the surface story, but there's even more if you can delve deep, basically. Nice. Boo. Dark Kittens. 14. What a name. What you're doing. I wanted to use them. Yeah, go ahead and grab her for me. Thank you. Just not enough time. I think she's done already. Hi, Sable. We got it back. And we're going again, just too slow. At least we got her. Trail active. Here we go. Go. Or yeah, the trail with this works very nicely. She was so ready for me to come the other direction, I guess. Just barely. Oh boy, I see Tails games getting mentioned. Okay, we're gonna have quite a discussion, I bet. Yeah, how did Tails games pan out, guys? How did that pan out? Not so well, I imagine. Teehee. Yeah. Wow, just sprint burst. Interesting. Tails Games shot dead in the Bronx. Oh boy, let's catch up here. Good grief. Uh, Obviously, but ever since like the Silver Eyes and all the unexplained contradictions and frights, I just kind of stopped paying attention to them. Um, that would be a great question for Scott. What's the point of the books? Like, what should we care about them? Have you done a good job in giving us a motive to care about them? I mean, okay, real talk, real quick. Um, Not gonna be super long, but I do want to make the point. When Where did we first learn the name of William Afton? Like really winding the clocks back in FNAF lore. Where did we first learn his name? Yeah, Andrew was the weirdest plot point in the entire book series. Yeah, I don't really know what he was saying with that either, but it was the Silver Eyes, right? That's where we first learned William Afton's name. Yes. Before anything in the games, we learned it in the books. The Silver Eyes trilogy, specifically. Note that. Now, other things we've been able to pull, like the traveling cart and the circus, right? Of like how possession works, of how there. I make the contention, and this is just me spitballing here. What if everything in the Silver Eyes is applicable? Or at least some things are. Like the rules of the universe, if that makes sense. The rules of the universe we see in the book, the Silver Eyes continuity, and it's to the point I'll consider it its own continuity, does apply to the games. But literally every other book, minus the security logbooks, don't. Yeah, and that's why I was okay with the books at first, but things got more vague as I started to dislike it. Well, and what do you guys think about my thought there? Like, what if we threw out all of the books minus the Silver Eyes trilogy and the security logbook? Like, would you be fine with that? I'm willing to compromise on that and not just throw every last story in the dumpster. But that's just what I wonder. Throw out everything minus the Silver Eyes and the security logbook. And whatever that coloring book is coming. That's coming. Yeah, the rules are the same despite continuity. In the sense of them being in the same continuity or of the games. Yeah, them explaining how the rules work. Yeah. and that's just kind of how I like me chewing on Secret of the Mimic and like really think like I was never really into Tales games. Like I think there's things that parallel. I think there's things that translate. Um but I don't think you can compare the books to the games one for one. Right? And I doubt that was the intention even in the beginning, even with the Silver Eyes, right? Like look at look at the movie's continuity, right? Like I remember getting a little bit of flack when I said like I consider their like everything is canon, but it's all in separate continuities, right? Like
I think the books are their own continuity. Um, I think the games are their own continuity. I think the movies are their own continuity. Um, I think there's an argument to be made that Into the Pit is its own continuity. And that's like they've all been different from their beginnings. Like because like and again, like if I don't know if you guys were there for our live stream, but I had like a galaxy brain epiphany moment in that first stream I did with Bronze and V of like the question came up of like when do you like if there was a reset in FNAF, when do you think it was? And I said it was all the way back with Help Wanted 1. Like not just because of that speech we get um with in Help Wanted, you know, from like live make a rogue indie developer, da 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 da, right? But not just that, right? But specifically the point that like I wanted to specify I thought it was a soft reboot. And I expanded on that idea. They were like, "What do you mean? What do you mean?" Well, like as far as the games, it was a soft reboot. But for everything else, right? Like imagine we are Scott Cawthon, right? There's people who make arguments on like the FNAF lore has gotten too complicated. We just need a hard reset. Do it over again. But like look at other IPs where they try that, and it's kind of a crapshoot whether or not it works, right? Sometimes it's great, and a universe can really benefit by having a fresh look at it. Other times, it's absolute crap, and it kills everything. What do you mean by reset? Like a hard reset to the universe? I don't. I'm surprised you've not seen people. There are a large, or at least were for the longest time. Like I've seen less of it now, but for the longest time there was a hard subset of the fandom that was like, okay, yeah, everything's too complicated. Scott just needs to stop now. Hard reset everything. You know, go like throw everything out, start FNAF over from the beginning. And I'm sure there's still people that say that, but again, there's probably it can work out great, but again, there's problems with that. Like, what if you mess it up? What if the new way you interpret it is legitimately worse, right? Or, God forbid, what if it gets even more convoluted, right? And then I propose the idea, well, what if I kind of want to, like, again, assuming we're Scott Cawthon here, why not say, let's dip our toes in it, right? Let's dip our toes with a reset. Not a hard reset, but why not? Why don't we just play with continuities? That gives us the best of both worlds, right? Look at the movies, right? Look at how the story is different in FNAF, like from its beginning, right? Like even just the like as seemingly core things, like look at the family dynamic of William and Henry that's being set up in the movies, right? How it seems to be their kids were swapped, right? Or, you know, some came out of nowhere, right? Vanessa being William's kid, right? Like, that's a twist, right? When she didn't even come into the story until decades later, right? And in the book, you've got all sorts of different ones. Into the Pit, right? Like this kid called Oswald with his dad in the ball pit, right? Like, it's as if when you consider all these different continuities, you can pretend just for a moment, just looking at that thing or set of things, in the case of the games or books or whatever, like pretend it was hard reset. This is what we would do if we were hard resetting, right? Like what would it look like? Well, you can do that and then just simply slap on a sticker saying different continuity, same universe. Right? Like, again, you avoid the problems of a hard reset because, again, say something like, if Into the Pit wasn't received well and everyone's like, we hate this, this is stupid, this sucks, right? Like,
you're not ruining your entire IP over it, right? Your whole, like, overarching universe. It's just that continuity you can just say people don't like, right? And then it's like, oh, well, whoops, we don't do that again. All right, on to the next one, right? See, I like that. And, I mean, that's what I said, right? Like, I had an epiphany moment when it's like, oh, this is what Scott's doing, right? Because, again, look, I can have my original games universe, and sure, I'm still very careful with that, but I can still play with it. I've got the books where I can always get hog wild. I've got the movies that I seem to be pulling everything, like little bits that I like from everything from. Into the Pit seems to be its own thing, and like, and I hope Scott keeps kind of going that direction with it. Um, and you can have all of these coexisting simultaneously, and they don't contradict each other because you can just kind of say they're off in their own little corners under the same like overarching universe. If you get what I mean with that. Um like, and it works for me, right? Like, it doesn't break my immersion with the universe to say like, "Oh, yeah, the movies are like their own thing." It's like a different way for Scott to tell this story. And it's almost like, again, if I'm a storyteller and I'm writing this story, that's what I'd also tell myself, right? Like, maybe that is how Scott's doing it. Maybe the movies are like Scott's like greatest hits in FNAF, where he's pulling all these ideas from the books, the games, the log books, the maybe a bit from Into the Pit, like whatever. He's pulling ideas from everywhere of things he likes, but he couldn't fit them all together in like the games universe or whatever else, for example, right? Or even the books. So, like, of all the big ideas he likes, he puts them in the movies. Of the books, it's like an experiment, like a drawing board, right? Like, oh, I want to test out an idea. Like, what does the community think of Phasgoo, right? I'll try that one. Huh, that one seems to be a dud. Well, I'll just throw that out and I'll never write a story about that again, right? That's like, if it were me and I was doing, like, that's what I would do, because then it's like, especially with the books, because like I can be like Stephen King Hawking and like crank out a million of them, right? And if I've got a couple duds here and there, well, they can't all be winners, right? And didn't Scott say something like that? Right? Well, they can't all be winners. Um. And that's why, if it's a story's particularly good, like Into the Pit, it can become its own game and like its own continuity even. Um, or at least, again, that's how I view Into the Pit, because unless you guys feel differently, I don't think Into the Pit fits cleanly in any other continuity. I think it's kind of its own thing. I like that, yeah. Well, and yeah, these are just my ideas. You know, Polyrophobia. Try this a bit more. They didn't touch Riz Trap, did they? I don't believe so. The VR headset impregnates a guy with rabid peak storytelling. Well, yeah. Good. Honest to God, I think that was him just kind of like messing with MatPat a bit. Because wasn't the character's name Matt or something? Or Matthew? It's very funny. It's weird, but very funny. We love the yellow rabbit. Yeah, it was Matt. And yeah, again, that's what I think that one was. To Scott's credit, he wasn't really like, trying to do something serious with that one. But at the same time as well, there are books I really, well, one in particular I really like to lean on, which is, what is it? The one with Phineas Taggart going into his experiments with, what is it? Agony. Like, how much we learned from that about agony was just so helpful, and until I see anything else in the games, I kind of have to use that to apply it to them, right? Here we go. Right. Hi, everyone. No, come on, you can get the blind. I believe in you. Ah, just barely. Alright, this is getting very annoying. Ah! There we go. Played a very dangerous game and you lost. Both my totems are down there. Go. Agony hasn't been mentioned in the games. But I'm pretty sure that's what the blob is. I'm amazed you got that. Well, hoop just for you. A knife for your trouble. That was weird. Give me a sec. Alright then, keep them slugged. long. Okay. There we go, just keep them slugged. There we go. If I can't get a hook, I'll slug him out. Go. If I'm not allowed to hook him, I'll bleed him out. to prevent me from getting a hook that bad. I hope it was worth it. Big dead hard. Yeah, I didn't think so. Come on. There we go. There we go. Oh, interesting. Big dead hard, big dead hard. Oh, the one got back up. Gonna straight dip on him. There we go. Oh, there she is. I'm surprised they didn't all DC. Oh yeah, they came to play. Let's see, now let's catch up on all the chats. Let's see. Bum bum. There we go. And back to the chats. Let's see. Where'd we leave off? Freddy has multiple spirits, sure. Honestly, it's hard to tell who even knows of Golden Freddy in this series, because also remember, William never dismantled Golden Freddy, because that spirit arrived as a ghost for some reason, like everything about how Golden Freddy is a Fazbear character past 1983 is blurry. Yeah. So from Henry's perspective, William only dismantled the 4 main. Also, for Midnight Motorist. Oh boy. Midnight Motorist are more or less confusing than FNAF 4 as a whole. Is it more or less confusing than all of FNAF 4? I think just due to the sheer amount of attention it's gotten, Midnight Motorist has a lot more answers now. Yeah, 'cause it seems to be pretty solid that William is the orange guy from 5 Laps. Correct. Les. Guess who's 7 hours late? Hello, Alex. Thank you for hopping on. We're just kind of catching up with theories here, checking out the new Dead by Daylight chapter. And, here we go. We'll check out some different builds. Let's see. And actually, we'll take a break from Mikey. Let's do something appropriate and play as old William. What do you guys think? Is Glitch Crab scary? Oh yeah, this is my hook camp build. Not playing for. We can't escape the theories. The lure. I mean, yeah. Let's see. What was I doing with this one? Mangled, yeah. Collar phobia. Oh yeah, this is the funny build. Yeah, funny build. Yeah, because, what is it? It takes them longer to heal after I hit them with an axe. Choleraphobia and unnerving. It's very difficult for them to heal themselves. Dark Devotion, so my terror radius transfers to them for like 45 seconds. Nemesis, so I always swap obsessions. Yes, very, very good. Yeah, we'll use one of those. Yeah, that'll be the build. Pretty much. Would we like to argue about Dead by Daylight's meta then? Yeah, full slowdown. End of discussion. Just run a full slowdown build. It's nasty, but it works. Speaking of, you're right, Glitch Trap. I'm gonna go check the mail real quick, guys. Glitch Trap will keep you company for a minute. Give me just, like, 3 minutes. Chat amongst yourselves. I'll be back. There we go. No news is good news. I am back. I'm the best streamer ever. I'm sorry for taking a minute. Oh, goodness. What did I miss? Let's see. Store that makes them F tier. Sister locations have someone who can constantly watches TV after a stressful experiences. From this, we can come to I go to the one on the couch in Midnight Motor. Oh boy. I mean, it's either him or Miss Afton. The developers clearly never played the game and only think about casuals. If you're talking about DBD, true. Glitch. Michael is the one on the couch. This leaves Crying Child as the runaway. Wouldn't it be a twist if it was Miss Afton on the couch and Michael was the runaway? That'd be a twist. Oh, I like that. That Michael says, "Leave him alone tonight. He's had a rough day." This is a reference to Michael's newfound sympathy for his brother after the events of FNAF 4. And he says, "I'm sorry" after the bite. He would still be alive at that point, though. Why does that add an extra side to? Goddamn. I mean, Midnight Motorist is happening after FNAF 4 and that the Crying Child survived the bite. I mean, it would, but then the whole story breaks. If the Crying Child survived the bite, applying the bite of 83 was also a frontal lobe injury. We know people who survived from the... Yeah. Just my take. In here, just to goof around with a silly build, we'll do Clown Trap. Yeah, because this is a funny build. Yeah, so I want to TP a bunch. I want to always know where they are. When I hit them with an axe. No, it doesn't break. I have an answer for that. By all means, share with the class. Excuse me. Obsession. So yeah, Obsession Hop. Excuse me. They get my terror radius. Then they run away, presumably. Then it's a nightmare for them to heal. What's my base? Just 102. Oh no, 24. He's got a small terror radius. Under Fever, the Milkman. Interesting.
I am here.
I am here. Unnerving and choleraphobia to make it a nightmare to heal. Yes. Skibbity. Frontal lobe contains a part of the brain that allows people to understand fear. I think it's Williams' reason for creating the nightmare experiments. To teach the crying child fear again? Would be my question. I always thought the nightmare experiments were connected with his remnant experiments in an effort to try and, you know, bring the crying child back from death, but I would love to hear where you're going with this. But, again, I'm about to be in-game, so I'll probably be slow again, but as always, in the in-between games, I will, endeavor to chat.
I am here to claim what is left of you.
Then we chill for a sec, and we see which gen goes red first. That'd be this one, yep. Old Uncle Willie is here. Hi, V. Ryour XD. Oh, we hop in here and we immediately do the funny. We teleport somewhere else entirely. She's got my terror radius. And we go for this urn. Nothing there, so we go back to the hook. So they're gonna rotate back for the unhook. Watch. Where did your buddies go? Oh, there they are. Skibbity. Right twixt the booty cheeks. Watch this. Rickety doo-dah Grimes. Hold that for me. Hi, Rick. Hi, Rick. Rower, XD.
You belong here. You belong here.
Should we go get him up? That's fine. And they double right there. Yep, interrupt that heal. Ooh, but someone's upstairs. Let's go see if we can scare him. Hi, Michaela. Rickety doo-dah Grimes. She led me right to you. That was not skibbity of her. We hop in here. We are always rotating, so they can never quite tell where I am. Yep, come right over here. Skibbity, Michael. You almost ate an axe, Rick. You're on death hook. Might want to take that easy. Hey, what's good, G?
You will submit.
You will submit. The movement of Springtrap is just so awesome. Just like how fast I can be. Hop here. Yeah, we'll hop up here, double check this guy back there. Skippity, Michael. Give this a kick. Someone's up here.
There.
Clown trap is very fun. Now we hop right over here. Ah, I should have went to the other one. Pickle sauce. Yeah, it's this one that's about to pop. Yep. She dipped fast. Rickety-doo-dog drop. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo. You almost ate that axe, Rick. Go, get in there. Yep. Someone get a little too ambitious. Little too long on the recovery. There we go. It is annoying how long that can take it. This. Oh, that is amazing. Tell me you guys saw that. Hold that for me, Rick. Hit this. Rick's over there. Now we're gonna double back here. I think I scared him. Nothing there, nope. We're gonna pull a fast one. Old Uncle Willie A is gonna pull a fast one on him. Yeah, they're over there, that's fine. Nothing there. Nothing here, yeah, they're rotating. Now we go up here. Hold that for me. Go. Hit this. Watch this. Now this is the zoning tool. We hit that there, and the aura on my axe will let me know if anybody comes by. Yeah, see, they're on those cameras. Where is he? Guys, where is he? I can't see him. You guys are pressing. Hey, what's good? Big is out. Nothing here. Five Nights at Freddy's. Ooh, yep. Check this over here. Wow, I've kept him at 4 gens for a while. That just shows the sheer mobility of this guy. There. There, yep. We go right back up here. Rickety-doo-dog rhymes. Rickety-doo-dog rhymes. Oh, yep, we want a TP down here. hopped in there when I was in. That's funny. Head over here. Hi, Michaela. Was very good. Very good. Looks like there's a bit of a bug there, it looks like, because I can't see the walkout animation. And I will get to your guys' comments. Let's see. Oh no, I was just about to ask you about that. Toy Chica's high school years. Oh boy, we were talking about that recently. That's neat. Is meant to be a parody of different tactics William used to get his victims. One includes going to the victim's window. I also think it's important to note that Toy Chica ends up having 7 trophies, meaning William had 7 victims. Alright, I think the footprints outside the window in Midnight Motors were made by William wearing the Spring Bonnie costume in the effort of... why would he kidnap his own son? Like, what's the point? This is alluded to in Curse of Red Dread Bear, where we see Glitch Trap Suit dancing around the FNAF 4 house. I need to see that again. Why bring that up? Never mind. So do you think he was trying to kidnap his son for testing him? Or like after he ran away to try to get him back? Or am I seriously misunderstanding? Oh, that William in a drunken daze wore Spring Bonnie, lured crying child out, killed him, forgot all about it before... God, that... I don't like that, and good God, that's kind of... Like, he's so blasted drunk he can't recognize his own house, his own son, but at the same time is coordinated enough to, like, don the Springlock suit, walk to his house, and be undetected, and, like, lure his son out. Like, I don't know. That, I mean, it's an idea. I don't know if I like it, but it is an idea. What, like, are we just going full circle and this has all come back to, trying to explain, Midnight Motorist? Yeah, Blackout Midnight Motors is something. People think I'm kidding about getting in line. This was for Adept. This is the exact build I used to get Adept. Let's see. This. Oh yeah, this is the Vault Break build. Or no. It's just a pure chase build. Oh, and William forgets he did any of that under Blackout Midnight Motorist. I'm aware of a theory that was dangerously close to what I was saying. Let's see. Ah, yeah, the fun one. This is the build I call, Eat pallets. Yeah, this is the another funny build. But for this one, we will do lean trap. Because why not? So... Does her, like, blame it on someone else? Like Henry? Is that why he hates Henry? Yeah. Forgets he did any of that other... So that's already a theory. I would think he'd have a lot of self-hate after that, but I mean, like, there's really nothing to go on that, like, and again, I don't, like, it doesn't make sense to me that he's so, like, blasted that he can't recognize his own house and his own son. And, like, moreover, like, he would know he's not at a restaurant. He had done, well, actually, I don't think he had done any killings by that point. Well, again, that's assuming that's before... Or, well, no, because that Midnight Motorist also says, like, later that night. So, like, Midnight Motorist has to take place the same night that Charlie dies, that he kills Charlie. Which was in 1983. And again, it looks pretty clear to me that Charlie dies first, then Crying Child, then Elizabeth, then MCI, DCI, so on and so forth. I was saying yes, good. Okay, yeah, I pop in and out really quick, but like, again, if you guys have any long-standing questions or whatever for me, I will always come back and look at them if you want to ask me directly, but by all means, I love just seeing the group chat you guys have going on. Alright, time to do the funniest lean trap. Appropriately blurple. And we immediately go right over here. And would you look at that? I caught me a survivor. Go. You were ambitious with that one. Just dodge that one. There we go. There we go. Definitely put some pressure off Jin's for him. Kick this one. Break this. Here. And remember, I want to eat yummy pallets. I want the pallets. Feed me the pallets. I want the pallets. Feed me the pallets. Or that one. Go. It's primed. Lost distance trying to dodge the axe. What? What? Alright, I'm just gonna pretend that didn't happen. Go. Excellent, now that's primed. There we go.
There is no escape. There is no escape.
Goodness. Excuse me. Hurt my voice a little. Let's see. Yeah. Ah, well. A little further. Stop that. Faster. Skibbity,
Exquisite.
Up you go. So right here. Bet that scared you. Check this guy here. Oh wow. Which one did they do? Oh, this one here. Staying undetectable for a long time. I have no right in the world to miss that. Excuse me. Go. Ah, just barely. Alright, yeah, we break. Go for your trouble, dude. right back over here, and oh no, they lost 2 complete. No. If they stun me again, I can get it back. Boo.
It will end soon. It will end soon.
Head here. Check over here. Ah, yep. Hold that for me. Hold that for me. Right back to here, and we're undetectable all the way through. This real quick. On that guy. Nice. An exquisite 2-tap. Oh, there you are.
Up you go.
Up you go. There. Yeah, I should have known that they were but that's fine. Gives me a chance to check these as well. Didn't think they'd be on them, but we can at least take a peek. Here. Any on this guy? No. I'll just go to the middle one here. Here. Double back to this guy, and we switch where we keep coming. Hi, everybody. There we go. There's that. I got this one regressed all the way. With that. Go, Ubers. There we go. Oh, come on, I should have got Ubers value. Or does it have to be an M1, I guess? Here. Check to this guy. like somebody didn't heal.
Do you feel that?
Ow. That for me. Oh no, you don't. Out. I wonder where they ran off to. Check here. This. Oh yeah, see, they're learning to not heal under hook. If I could teach them a valuable lesson. Do not heal under hook. Unless you got a lightning fast heal. Go. Now watch this. You scare them. I'll come right over here. I bet the other one's going in to rotate back to the end. Check the far end, work our way forward. Yeah, they're just off healing in a corner somewhere. In my room, whatever. Bye. See you, Alec. Good. Yeah, doesn't that mean old? Or like uncle? Not that old. I was 25 the other day. Yeah. There she is. Its key is killer. Always keep your movements unpredictable. Which, hey, that's good advice for survivors as well. Ow. Yep. Knockout, she's not getting far. She loses distance trying to dodge the axe.
Don't move.
Let's see, who gets to find Hatch first? Sort around Shack. It sure was. I think someone's pickle juiced. Check this guy over here. Springtrap is really good at holding gates. Because look, I just checked that gate, now time me. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, Mississippi 5, Mississippi 6, Mississippi 7, Mississippi 9, Mississippi. Yeah, like 9 seconds to completely travel across the map like that. Definitely not enough time for her to pop a gate. Oh, why is my frame rate tanking?
Scream louder, please.
Scream louder, please. Rower. Boy, I see Moon.exe getting mentioned. Oh boy. Let's see. Here we go. Possibly either way, he comes back to the house like how M2 comes back with the owl mask. Now, in Secret of the Mimic, we know Edwin beats up M2 after this. Okay. So with Crying Child in this hypothetical Midnight Motorist scenario, something bad really could have happened, not sure. And after that, Moon.exe shows M2 building the moon statue before seemingly skipping way ahead to current day for some reason. That is odd. I think it's clear to say that this just is just skipping when M2 became violent. Okay, and so applying this to Midnight Motorist, it could be that whatever William did to Crying Child just led to a long bout of him being violent until some specific moment. And like this in Moon.exe, it seems like M2's violence stops after it has inhabited 4 of the boss's characters. So after it's been terrorizing Arnold in the factory, and then it has inhabited 4 of the boss's characters. So after it's been terrorizing Arnold in the factory, and then it has inhabited 4 of the boss's characters. So after it's been terrorizing Arnold in the factory, and then it has inhabited 4 of the boss's characters. So after it's been terrorizing Arnold in the factory, and then it has inhabited 4 of the boss's characters. So after it's been terrorizing Arnold in the factory, and then it has inhabited 4 of the boss's characters. So after it's been terrorizing Arnold in the factory, and then it has inhabited 4 of the boss's characters. So after it's been terrorizing Arnold in the factory, and then it has inhabited 4 of the boss's characters. So after it's been terrorizing Arnold in the factory, and then it has inhabited 4 of the boss's characters. So after it's been terrorizing Arnold in the factory, and then it has inhabited 4 of the boss's characters. So after it's been terrorizing in what it seems to essentially be a form of a happiest day. I think there's a potential for a happiest day in the secret ending. Yeah, I gotta scroll, make sure I didn't miss any. Oh yeah, you wrote a book. Currently with, I'm going to ponder about why Crying Child became the vengeful spirit. That's interesting. Always thought it was Cassidy. Although, again, who's to say? Because they're both in the same body. Who knows who's vengeful? But again, like, crying doesn't scream vengeful to me, but, whatever. Nonsense trying to use the story of M-Tune to explain Crying Child. Oh, well, fair enough. Will admit I didn't consider the idea that this would hint at BV, the one you should not have killed. Best value. I don't know. Like using David as an example, he basically gets neglected by his father until he eventually dies. Like with Crying, sure. Again, which also add that to the pile of like now we have three men who are very, very similar to each other: William, Henry, and Edwin. Like, put them in a lineup, it's kind of hard to tell the difference, in my opinion. And eventually Edwin may say that may or may not have David in it. I said Deadwin for a second. And we know that William was trying to do something to repeat what happened with Crying Child. And he might have been able to accomplish something, but with Edwin, when M2 acts like David, he beats it up, making it violent and vengeful. And the only thing... Excuse me. And the only event where we see William mad, I assume, at something that could be Crying Child is in Midnight Motorist. Yes. So maybe something happened there. Back to M2, after attacking Edwin, it essentially just becomes a murder bot with a ghostly white tiger teleporting around. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of how I view it. I don't think M2 has a soul or anything in it. I think it was supposed to, but it doesn't, because Edwin beat it and kind of gave up on it. But again, the problem that Glitch pointed out with my idea that the M2 program is in M1 after that is that would have to happen after Edwin stopped caring, and that doesn't really make sense. Like, the stories can essentially parallel here. Heck, even Moon.exe works here. Let's say Moon.exe, M2, leaving out the window is meant to be similar to Crying Child in Midnight Motorist. Okay. So when M2 goes out the window, it goes through the woods and finds David's soul getting chased by an alligator trying to eat him. Maybe. Sure. In a Midnight Motorist, there's a mound in the woods not too far from the house, so what if Crying Child went to that first? And that's been a theory for a while, but it's kind of like, why would he? What is under that mound? And continuing on, M2 then seems to take the owl into a Proto-Freddy's. And applying that to Crying Child, we could say he went to Freddy's. Sure. Then something happens there, not sure what. Maybe he has memory problems like M2, possibly. Either way, he come back to the house. Back with the owl man, blah blah blah. Okay, I think I'm caught up now. Bite victim, the one you should not have killed. Okay. Actually, no, I don't think Moon.exe shows when M2 stops being angry. No, and I didn't mean to say it. You said that either. It just, that it doesn't make sense that the M2 program got put in M1 after, Edwin beat it, and he only beats it because he stops caring and doesn't, like, believe that it's him. Stop sounding like him. You're not him. Right. It only stops being aggressive at the end of the story time ending. For looking into it, I genuinely believe Blackout Midnight Motorist. Which, if it's the thing we were talking about before, where William just gets, like, blackout drunk, I guess, and, like, I really don't like that, to be honest. Like, it just, it relied way too much on assumption for me. So what could, oh. Good at that. Maybe that last part of Moon.exe, getting all the items and putting them into the chest, could be linked to what FNAF 4 is. What's in the box? Possibly. I mean, what else could the footprints outside the window be? I've seen all sorts of arguments. I've seen people debate the shadows. I've seen people debate literally any of the animatronics in the building. I've seen people debate... What is it? I think I saw somebody actually argue whether the spring locks suits themselves, you know, became autonomous and was beckoning to a... I don't know. This is the answer. I will say the shadows feel good to me. Maybe. That would necessitate that at least one of the shadows was created via the agony of Charlie's death. Which is possible. Because, again, we don't really know what created the shadows. Because, again, and like you say as well, if not them, who else? Like, who else would, or what else would, you know, make those footprints outside the window, and why? Fruity Maze is about the MCI. Security Puppet is about Charlotte. Midnight Motors is about Bite Victim. They are all victims of William. I mean, William didn't kill the crying child. Fruity Maze is about MCI. I believe so, yeah. Fruity Puppet about Charlotte, yep. And then Bite Victim, yeah, later that night, yes. If anything, it would be more fair to say the crying child was the victim of, you know, his brother and friends. The death order remains the same under this, too. Possibilities. Alright, there we go. Now we'll change up the build if nobody else had any major questions for me then. Let's see. To the entity. Do that. And spend some blood points. Because you really can't go above 5 milli. Go. And that's all I got for this idea. I mean, hey, fair enough. What was your idea again exactly? I'm trying to explain what happened to Crying Child. Oh. That's the end of my line thinking using Secret of the Mimic to try and explain what happened to Crying Child. Essentially parallels. I have no idea what the footprints here are. I mean, yeah, I think you can draw parallels in broad strokes, right? Like how I keep comparing William and Henry before and now Edwin, like those three are the same, and isn't it odd how like they act the same a lot of the time and similar things happen to them, you know? You definitely like, well, especially, right, like the Crying Child and David have a lot of parallels, right? Like, especially how they ended up, right? You are on the right track. Because also remember, like, what was it the three of us in the stream with Bronze and V speculated, right? With the White Tiger, right? Another big epiphany moment for me was realizing, like, oh, that's the purpose of the White Tiger. It is a new concept on Golden Freddy, right? Oh, hang on, I need to grab some water. But yeah, like, think of all the parallels between the White Tiger we see in Secret of the Mimic and Golden Freddy. Tell me they're not, like, cut from the same cloth. Greg bot. Oh god, yeah, no. Let's see. For the past 7 years, I've remained firm on Cassidy being the vengeful spirit. Yeah. I still think that's the case as well. Within this year alone, I have been convinced that it's White Victim. Pretty much the same. Like, I can actually explain the footprint. If you can explain the footprints outside the Crying Child's bedroom, please share with the class. Basically, Afton's robot replacement of Crying Child saw Crying Child's ghost projection of Golden Freddy and left. Oh god. Oh god. Excuse me. So not just Gregbot, but Davebot. It wants to Crying Child's grave, did something, then went to Freddy's. Oh, went. Okay. My problem with this is that you're right. Like, at one point in the timeline, William Afton would be somebody who would be capable of making, like, a robot child simulacra thing. Much like we see with Charlie in the books. But that's only not after he has established the sister location bunker. But, like, also has a motive to want to do that. Like, I mean, and I guess you could argue, like, maybe just because of the business that he and Henry are doing, that he's just kind of toying with and experimenting, making, like, ultra realistic human bots like Henry did in the books, the Silver Eyes. Maybe. I guess it would just be so weird for that to be the case. Like, at that point, right? Like, I could see it more if, like, it was after. Got possessed by the crying child, became vengeful, boom. That's what happened when I used to go to extreme limits. Personally, I'm convinced the footsteps outside the window are William in the suit kidnapping and killing his own kid. That is assuming, but that's assuming a lot, too much for my liking. And hey, but hey, it's fun to throw out ideas. It just, I mean, it could work. I guess I just want, I would want it more shown to me that he was making lifelike human robots that early. Now, we know he was by the time of Sister Location, right? The problem is that I'm pretty sure Sister Location, the game, doesn't take place until after FNAF 1, right? And the crying child died almost a decade before. So, like, unless William had, again, the ability to make flawless human replica automata 10 years almost before Sister Location, like if you could convince me of that, you could convince me of that theory. Where Midnight Motors 87 comes in. Oh, God. You might have to do that in the background as well, like, good God. I was not expecting, like, essays in the comments. What else we got? Ah, this is the good build. And we'll do that with the Yellow Rabbit.
No one will stop me.
Well, the fear experiment don't necessarily require the fun times to exist. That's where Midnight Motorist 87 comes in, and Charlie 87. If that's the case, how do we explain all the games in FNAF 4 where we see the crying child playing at a, what is it, presumably that appears to be a Fredbear's location because of the golden bear costume, right? But the fear experiment not requiring the fun times to exist. No worries, I'm done now, fair enough. Fear experiments on the scene require the fun times to exist. I mean, sure, I guess. Yellow headless rabbit. Yeah, no, like, I've made that complaint. I really hope they do add the head as an option at some point, but I get it. They wanted, you know, they were able to get Matthew Lillard's likeness, they wanted to use it. So, you know, is what it is, I'm not gonna blame them. And hey, to be fair, you know, Steve Raglan here, this is our first, you know, realistic depiction of William Afton in any continuity. which I don't think people took, you know, super crazy, which, I mean, they should have. I mean, again, the movies are a separate continuity, but I'm also assuming that this is basically what William Afton looks like in the games and the books, effectively. His head is tiny compared to that knife. Well, yeah, it's a giant pizza knife. Like, I don't know if you've ever seen, like, the old-fashioned, which would be the contemporary to his time, of, like, those giant, like, knives made at pizza restaurants. Because, again, you gotta slice through a whole pizza, and, like, what is it, a large pizza is, like, an 18-inch, so you need at least an 18-inch blade to cut it. It's a lot more common to use rollers now, but back in the day, yeah, they definitely had, like, giant, comically large pizza knives. You can look them up if you want. Look at just, like, big pizza knife. Wait, that question wasn't me, never mind. No, you're good. And Crying Child was alive in 83. Yes. Like, in the days leading up to his death at his birthday. God, I still swear people need to seriously start to take goober lines seriously. Maybe Mr. Hippo was right all along. Sometimes a story doesn't have to mean anything. A story could just be a story. You read into everything too much. You just get lost in the sauce and you don't take the story for what it is, or whatever the hell he said.
I know you're out there.
I know you're out there. Speaking of the devil, right here. Good job, you dodged my axe, but not my blade. Yeah, I should have faked that. Mang. What a name. Up you go. We're gonna need to teleport over there. Hit this, lickety kickety. Ollie, I got free. Ready or not, here I come. Which I did.
Stay away.
Thinking about anything. I mean, no, it's just like, that's more for like, I wasn't planning on doing that tonight. I guess what I meant by that. By all means, use my chat as a open forum. It's just, I had not mentally prepared myself for thinking. I've done a lot of that the past week, especially when it came to making that hot take. Wow, we've already got someone death hook and 2 more hooks besides. There we go, right over there. Start reading the detective novel I got. Always fun. My friend's been trying to convince me to watch and I will say, I had a lot of fun with, there we go, that's prime. The LA Noire game Rockstar made. Alright, so now we want to TP back to here. Rickety doo-dog rhymes.
Stay there.
Check this guy. Do that for me. Yeah, he dipped. I'm aware of what the FNAF Theory Wiki was a mistake. What the heck is Blonde Victim? That is a question. Let's see. I have not heard of that before. Check this one down here real quick as well. Rickety doo-dog rhymes. Okay, regressing. Here. Yeah, right back to up here. Rickety doo-dog rhymes. Oh wait, yeah, I forgot I don't have the you get blinded perk. Go. Up you go. They were very sneaky with that. Figures. Yeah, back to this guy. Nope. Yeah, they're on this one. I don't know why I whipped that. Alright, watch this. I'm gonna pull a fast one on him. Actually, yeah, we'll double check this guy. It might be him. Yep, it worked. Get that for me. Yeah. He ran hard from me. Straight back to this.
You'll pay for that.
Go. This guy. Kick this guy. This is a lot to manage. Here. I've just gotta commit. Nope.
Ah!
Yeah.
move.
I'm amazed I got that. Nope. Where the hell did she go?
You should cry for help.
Very lucky. Oh yeah, they just went out over there. Cool. Oh, there you are. Where did you go? Oh, there you are. What the heck are you doing? Oh, okay, cool. Cute. Cute. There we go. Alright, what else I miss? Let's see. I've dreaded along with because he Andrew can't remember what he hates. Trinity, you know, if he were to make my own FNAF, I would make Cassidy possess the bub animatronic scene in the movie. That'd be a fun way to do it. I mainly do have the bite victim be a single sprite in Fredbear, as I never saw any real for Golden Duo. I mean, you'd have to, well, to me at least, the way I understand William is that the reason that there has to be two in there, in Golden Freddy, is that he didn't know that the crying child's soul ended up in the golden body animatronic. So when he used it again to put the soul of Cassidy in there, he kind of fused their souls together. And you couldn't, like, separate one from the other. You know, presumably without giving a happiest day. And so when he did all this remnant experiment, all been experimenting, all this killing, all this whatever, to try and get him back, as a sort of Greek tragedy, he finds out, oh, I can't do that. And that's what just kind of pushes him, like, totally over the edge. Not that he wasn't before, but, like, fully into the realm of, like, you know, madness, basically. Of, like, and, you know, to explain, hey, might as well make myself immortal, I guess. Let's see. Or honestly, I don't think the idea doesn't have really any evidence. I mean, hasn't that been like a thing for years that people have always assumed Cassidy and the Crying Child have been in there? And like, hey, that, you know, that's my hint, right? Assume. Yeah, wasn't that a really? I would need to.
Atmosphere.
Great atmosphere. I'd have to go back and check that, but I'm pretty sure. To me, Golden Dude feels more like a coincidence. There just happens to be two spirits linked to Golden Freddy. Was it dual process theory or something that did the big theory on that? And also, there's the fact that in Ultimate Custom Night, after clearly the Crying Child has gotten his happiest day already, there's still a soul inside Golden Freddy, is another big point. Because at the end of Ultimate Custom Night, you know, you do, in like, what is it, the crazy mode or whatever, you see it just twitching in the darkness, you kind of, you know, refusing to move on. And again, that would kind of, like, back up the whole, like, what you see with Old Man Consequences, right? Like, leave the demon to his demons, rest your old soul, there is nothing else, etc., right? Over here. Amazed I missed that. Let's see, do I got a door around here? No, but I got one right here. And a monstrous shrine one. Perfect. Sitting here and we chill. Go. Hold that for me.
Exquisite.
Go. Actually, yeah, there we go. No man caught more likely to be by victim's happiest day. Yeah, but just the point that he got it, I guess. Teabag me, stay close. There we go. Expecting that. Go, throw you up real quick. Yeah, we're gonna have to dipski back here. Oh, wait. Oh, what? this one.
Insolent whelp.
Sweet, got the 2K. Let's see. I can't. Farming salt. Wait, dang it. No. Not that one. Dang it, which one was it? Alright, whatever, yeah, we'll do that then, I guess. There we go. Alright, now we'll catch up with you guys. I see just two, so I think you could apply that to, or hang on a second. Scroll up a bit. But keep trying no matter what. Yes, half the cutscenes are about William, the other half is about bite victims. So I think you could apply the final cutscene. Say Golden Freddy failed, but is determined to keep trying. And what if I? Two conflicting endings. The final cutscene is the bite victim moving on. The old main consequences ending is bite victim moving on. Current time mistook William for his brother. Interesting. Because they both look similar, that even the MCI mistake them for each other. Yeah. Elizabeth thought they were the same. They didn't recognize me for... Yeah. Well, it'd be hilarious. And at the end of Sister Location, Mike just ends up looking more like William, actually. This would be the silliest scenario ever. I just remembered... I misworded my earlier comment. I see it as two conflicting endings. The final cutscene is Bite Victim remaining vengeful. The Old Man Consequences ending, the Bite Victim moving on. How does Cassidy fit into this? Would be my question. Cassidy already got her happiest day with Charlotte and the other MCI as shown in FNAF 3. Goodness, excuse me. Aren't all those minigames in FNAF 3 about crafting the happiest day for the crying child? With things that are relevant to him? Again, I'd also need to re-look at all of the FNAF 3 minigames. But Cassidy does have to fit somewhere in there. As a side note, FNAF 3 Reddit is currently blowing itself up over Charlie 87 evidence. New Charlie 87. Explain Charlie 87 to me as if I'm 5 years old, and elaborate what this new info is. Scourge hooks are kind of dookie sauce. Do you know that Charlie gets killed after the MCI and is the last to die? L102 Grave Order and how Ralph in FNAF 2 mentioned something about that happened outside the building. Would be odd.
There is no escape.
did she go? Ah, there she is. I mean, hey, you dodged the M2. Good stuff. That's annoying. Go. Out. Grab you through the underground section. Nice. The tunnel build paid off. Let's see.
Wait there.
There we go.
I'm so sorry.
So sorry. Let's see. You suck, Loki. I think they're mad. No, it's funny how they can say something when they're mad. You suck, Loki. Oh, that's very funny. Let's see. Alright, let's catch up on chat. Let's see. Longstanding Charlie dies at Freddy's Believer. This is interesting to hear. I mean, Charlie died at wherever you think it's most likely for there to be a security puppet, is my response. It also has stuff that shows that Mike Schmidt was doodling on the pamphlet, and it seems like he actually saw the security puppet minigame in Midnight Motorist. It's entirely possible he did. Wait, Midnight Motorist mentioned? Yeah, Mike Draw. He drew and was actually an arcade game at Freddy Fazbear's. Yeah, presumably. The pamphlet also has a quote from a kid that nearly got lured away by William and Spring Bonnie. Interesting, which confirmed that there were failed MCI victims. Yeah, it makes sense. There might be more, but we'll have to wait. I also saw that Mike, added a lot more to a crossword puzzle in the pamphlet. So I'm scared this might be a Logbook 2.0 situation. There may return of the Foxy Grid. When do you guys think we'll get another thing like that? Like, there's the security logbook, and then, you know, depending on how serious you take the ultimate guide or whatever, do you think we'll get another, like, big compendium book like that at some point in the future? I am curious. Yeah, they were very mad. Funny Boon. Tell you what, it's very funny. You know what? We'll have a chill game with a pig. Yeah, my go-to pig build. Sounds like Ticket to Fun might be it. The Ultimate Guide is laughable. Yeah, and that's why I say, yeah, seriously, do you take it? Logbook from the desk of Jeremy Fitzgerald. The pig. Yeah, from the Saw series. This is Amanda. She's one of the weaker killers in the game, but my god, are weak killers fun in Dead by Daylight. So the idea is I put reverse bear traps on people's heads and they gotta get them out by going to jigsaw boxes. But I can interrupt them every time they scream, so this is a Scream Pig build. I get an extra reverse bear trap, increase the death timer by 10 seconds, but whenever a gen's popped, it takes off 10 seconds, so obviously counting up to 5, that's up to 50 seconds shaved off. And then with Tampered Timer, base kit, it just takes off 20 seconds as well, and there's a 2-minute and 30-second timer on each reverse bear trap that they have to get it off. So you might actually get to see a head pop or two. And Mike also seems to have drawn a version of Happiest Day, too. Which is interesting, because that implies he would know that his brother's soul moved on. And how that would be communicated to him. I mean, you can suppose that it might be similar to what happens to Mike in the movie. You know, but again, assumptions, right? You and me. Alright. Now to have a fun, chill game with Scream Pig. Alright, let's go. And they recently actually buffed Pig, despite the meme. So now her ambush attack is actually a lot better. Now we dip down. Nobody here. We're gonna want to check over here then. Interesting. There. They must be in the house here. No? Interesting. Where the hell are these people? Speed it up a bit. Now dip down. Hi, Sable. Hell are they doing? Yeah. There you go, enjoy. Yeah, this is a thing you've got to do. When they want to boop the snoot, as it's called, you've got to let them. What? Okay, I think she wants a bear trap. There you go. Okay. I guess they all want bear traps. I mean, hey, Pig's not a very common killer, so they probably just think it's cool. Now watch they get him off super quick. There we go. Oh yeah, and the traps don't activate until they pop a gen. Here we go. I'll leave him to it. There we go. Now all their traps are active. There we go. Okay. Yeah, you go to another one. There we go. Up. Now we gotta find Sailor, because that she got a hat off. Yep, it's you who got it off first. There you go, an extra hat for you. I'm kind of curious, does she pop it or no? Yep, sick. There we go. Yeah. Ah, there she is. How did the other one go? Now let's play an actual match. Oh yeah, as well. Let's catch up to chat here. Version of Happiest Day 2. Drawing 4 kids would match the characters in front of a table with a cake and one a Happiest Day, and this is drawn over a period. Interesting. Yeah, it is odd how much Michael did or didn't know at different points. From FNAF 2. I want to say there hasn't been anything notable found in them. Oh, and by the way, Mike drew all the stuff I mentioned earlier in invisible ink that you need to find with a black light. I guess, again, I wonder, like, do you think Scott's gonna put out, like, something like that again? Like, surely he would. An MCM employee handbook written by Arnold. go. Put a hat on her. Double check back here. This. There we go. My name is Edwin. I made the mimic. Now we got two of them with active traps on. No, now he'll be my face. There we go. Go put a hat on you. Oh, now your hat is active. Face the darkness for a second. Just barely. Put a hat on you. Yep, we got a head pop. Nice. He DC'd. There we go, and a hat for you. There we go, did you get your fill? Hang on, it's not even active yet. There we go. Wait for the bot to activate it first. There you go. No. There you go. Now it's active. There we go. There, you're my face the darkness. Let's see if she can get it. Ah, it interrupted the bot. That's funny. Let's see. When I watch this. 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 10. Yeah. Oh, the bot got its off. Oh, and she got that one off too. Alright, then where's the bot? I'm gonna kill the bot. Da-da-da. Where the hell is it? There he is. There he is. Here we go. Oh, there's that one. Yeah, get the bot up. There we go. Bot's got moves. Fine, I'll let you guys out. What? That was weird. Fine, I'll let you guys. That's a far dash. Go. I don't know why it lags in the end game. Okay. Or no, yeah, do this. There we go, now line up. There you go. There we go, slug raise. There you go. Here we go. GG's. Got at least one head pop. Alright, now time to catch up on chat. Let's see. So, you know, maybe we can get good assumptions on what the intended story of Security Breach was. It would better for sure, yes. Even showing how Vanessa and Gregory worked together to get Glitch Trap in the building, yeah. But yeah, after Security Breach, things became fairly understandable, and even more so now with Secret of the Mjolnir. Yeah. And, FNAF 2, I've been busting my head over it this last week. I'm fairly sure I solved it. I have it. Oh, wait, yeah, I asked, like, what, like, explain, what is it? And I don't know, I'm sure I missed it, because you guys have been having a conversation, but, what is, Charlie 87 explained to a 5-year-old? And I've been basically ignore where William had the bodies before, save them, how he disposed of the bodies so fast afterwards, and why he would stay in the building until his 4th day of being a day guard. Oh yeah, for FNAF 2. I thought his intention with the DCI was for people to find them, was not necessarily get caught, obviously, but for people to find them to try and get the new and improved Freddy Fazbear shut down, was what I thought. Charlie 87 is the theory that Charlie dies in 87 after the MCI. Okay, perfect. What has spurned this thinking, and why is Plebit apparently on fire about it? Like, what's the big hubbubaloo? Like, why is this, like, theory gaining traction now, I guess I should ask. Also, yeah, we'll put the funny intermission on while we're discussing FNAF. They held 1 or 2 grave order. Well, yeah, we've known that for, what, a year or two now? Like, why? I guess, why is it becoming, like, in vogue now after Secret of the Mimic? Is just what I wonder. Because that sure was odd, I give you that. And that was pretty explicit in Help Wanted 2 with the Grave Order. That and FNAF 2, Ralph mentions something tragic happening outside. And I'll re-explain. Yeah, I'm sure I just missed it before. And also the dice on Midnight Motorist and FNAF depicts 87. Yeah, 5 laps at Freddy's, yeah. Sorry. Why does it do that? So what, like Charlie the MCI, like none of it happens until 87? So the Ticket to Fun pamphlets stated the only Freddy Fazbear had tracking bracelets. Okay, I'm with you so far. And yeah, that is what we see in that cutscene or minigame or whatever. So Charlie dying at Fredbear's has been essentially debunked. Where were the Ticket to Fun pamphlets from? Was that the logbook? Yeah, like I'm assuming then the pamphlets came from the logbook. Charlie dying at Fredbear's has been essentially debunked. I mean, if that is the case, then yeah, it would. And the page with it has "Let's Eat" on it as well, the thing on Toy Chica's bib. Ticket to Fun is the new book that's got. Ooh, there is a new book coming out. On what, like on the cover or like in the book somewhere it's saying this? That the pamphlets stated, if this is new info, that is big. Ticket to Fun, the only Freddy Fazbear had tracking bracelets. Or that only Freddy Fazbear had, not Fredbear's. Which could tie to this being that the only FNAF 2 location had the tracking bracelets. That only the FNAF 2 did. Which also... that only the FNAF 2 location had the tracking bracelets. Some pages have been shown. Okay, so it's not out yet, but they have been. I am gonna have to deep dive that thing with you guys when that comes out. Oh boy. Yeah, I was waiting and wondering, like, it's been a couple years since the logbook's been out, like, what, 18, 19? Like, when are we getting a new, like, compendium? And looks like soon, oh boy. Oh, and the pamphlet comes with Jeremy's paycheck. Interesting. And a FNAF 2 security badge. Because Jeremy is just an employee there. He's the one that is the victim of the bite of 87. And Fritz, that shows up on the weekend, is the alias for Michael. If I'm remembering everything right. Which, if this book is in the perspective of Jeremy, that'd be very interesting. In a newspaper clipping for FNAF 1. That's the theory. But that's just a theory. Okay, theory. I mean, it makes sense to me because in the logbook we see Michael, like, as a sort of roadshow of Freddy's. Like, he includes drawings of just about everything or something from every FNAF location. He was going place to place to place, quite clearly, for him to be able to draw those things. Yeah, and the Mike Schmidt draws over the pamphlet with invisible ink. Yes. That's almost a meta question as well. Why do we think Mike Schmidt does that? Or Michael? And I guess that's a question as well. Do you think Mike Schmidt is also an alias for Michael? And yeah, people are using the Help 102 grave order and the 87 on the dice to propose the MCI happens first, then Charlie dies in 87. That can't be, like, the progress. Like, it would have to be, if that's the case. Crying Child dies in 83, still, assumedly. MCI in 83. Or, well, actually, no. The Crying Child, Elizabeth, MCI, DCI, Charlie? That would be so weird, though. Although, again, I give you that. In Help 102, that is the order of the graves. And nobody had any way to explain that. And he draws 8-bit Charlie outside of the window right under the line about the bracelets. Interesting. MCI is in 85, right? Oh, yeah. So, yeah, it would just be the Crying Child, then, in 83. MCI in 87. Or, no, 85. Yeah. Crying Child, 83. MCI, 85. DCI, 87. Then Charlie, 87. Yeah, 85 of the year. Yeah, I just misspoke. My bad. That'd be really weird. That'd be really weird. That'd be really weird. What's the dealio with the puppet in FNAF 2 then? If that is the case, and we're rolling with this, what is that? Like, why is the security puppet so hostile? I don't think it's weird. I would be, it'd be pretty much completely 180. The position of her death on the timeline. I mean, that would be. Charlie dies before FNAF 2. What? Hang on. So then, wait, yeah, she wouldn't be last in line then. The DCI would happen after her then, right? If you're saying she dies before FNAF 2. The idea is that when Ralph says not to worry about what's happening out there, he is referring to Charlotte's body being found outside the building. Like before the gameplay of FNAF 2. Yeah, what Glitch says. Oh yeah, the FNAF 2 phone calls, right? Where he's, and the day after when you show up again, it's like, hey, what are you doing there? Did you not hear? The whole place is closed down. But I thought that was for the DCI. Oh, thank you, OBS. Very cool. Yeah, Charlie dies before the MCI, but what, again, for that to work, would that technically mean she dies just, like, again, earlier that week? It's the fact that Ralph says that whatever is happening out there had nothing to do with their establishment. The one where he mentions something happening out there is from night 5. You know what? I'll do you one better here. Hold up. Blah blah blah. There we go. Okay. Hang on. Bloop, 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 bloop. Yeah, perfect. There we go. Here, hang on. How much of that can you guys actually see? Hold up. Let's see. Okay, yeah, you guys got full screen. Perfect. Alrighty. Let's do that. You know what? If we're having a discussion, let's have a discussion. We will look at it exactly. Let's see. Tonight. Dr. Hottie coming in clutch.
Hello. Hey, good job, night 5. Keep a close eye on things tonight, okay? From what I understand, the building is on lockdown. No one is allowed in or out, especially concerning any previous employees. When we get it all sorted out, we may move you to the day shift. A position just became available. We don't have a replacement for your shift yet, but we're working on it. We're going to try to contact the original restaurant owner. I think the name of the place was Fredbear's Family Diner or something like that.
That's so odd.
For years, though, I doubt we'll be able to track anybody down. So just get through one more night.
Wait a minute. Doesn't that, like, him saying that we're going to try to contact the owner, like, that, like, Henry really isn't in the picture with this location? That's so wild. I think the name of the place was Fredbear's Family Diner. Which says he wouldn't really know William or Henry that well, which is so odd. Like, just trying to understand that part of it, too. I know we're focused on that, but, like, that's so interesting to me.
Good night.
Yeah, I don't need to hear that again. The one that might be about night 3. Well, we'll listen to that now. We should listen to all the phone calls. Well, you know what? Yeah, let's go through all the FNAF 2 phone calls. Let's do all of them. I'll tell you what, Bobby. We'll do all of them. With subtitles. Dr. Hattie coming in clutch yet again. Be sure to give him a sub. There we go.
Hello and welcome to your new summer job at the new and improved
Freddy Rizbear's Pizza.
I'm here to talk you through some of the things you can expect to see during your first week here and to help you get started down this new and exciting career path. Now, I want you to forget anything you may have heard about
the old location.
Some people still have a somewhat negative impression of the company. That old restaurant was kind of left to rot for quite a while, but I want to reassure you, Fazbear Entertainment is committed to family.
Charlie died right before the gameplay.
They've spent a small fortune on these.
So just before this first night, then.
Facial recognition, advanced mobility. They even let them walk around during the day.
It's amazing they wouldn't have found her for days, though.
But most importantly, they're all tied into some kind of criminal database, so they can detect a predator a mile away. Heck, we should be
Second, so only one
The
guard
first guy
before
finished
us.
his week, but complained about conditions.
Conditions.
We switched him
Over to the day shift.
So, hey, lucky you, right? Mainly he expressed concern that certain characters seemed to move around at night and even attempted to get into his office. Now, from what we know, that should be impossible. That restaurant should be the safest place on Earth. So while our engineers don't really have an explanation for this, the working theory is that the robots were never given a proper night mode.
And in theory, that's supposed to be William that shifted to the day shift.
So then they go try to find where the people are, and in this case, that's your office. So our temporary solution is this. There's a music box over by the prize counter, and it's rigged to be wound up remotely. So just every once in a while, switch over to the prize counter video feed and wind it up for a few seconds. It doesn't seem to affect all of the animatronics, but it does affect one of them.
It's weird the puppet is referred to as an animatronic.
And as for the rest of them, we have an even easier solution. You see, there may be a minor glitch in the system, something about robots seeing you as an endoskeleton without a costume on and wanting to stuff you into a suit. So hey, we've given you an empty Freddy Fazbear head. Problem solved. You can put it on any time and leave it on for as long as you want. Eventually, anything that wandered in will wander back out. Something else worth mentioning is kind of the quirky.
Yeah, one because he has the badge and saving, yeah.
You may have noticed there are
Now,
no
they found her
doors
body
leading to
pretty
close.
soon. The idea is that the company is able to say it has nothing to do with them due to it happening outside of the building.
The building cannot. So don't worry about the place going dark. Well, I think that's it. You should be golden. Check the lights.
So then the
Put
building
Freddy
going
head
on
if you need
lockdown
to.
later is about the
Keep the
DCI
music
then.
box wound up. Piece of cake. Have a good night, and I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Okay, that was night one.
Hello? See, I told you your first night wouldn't be a problem. You're a natural.
Probably,
I'm
okay.
sure you've noticed the older models sitting in the back room. Those are from the previous location, and we just use them for parts now. The idea at first was to repair them. They even started retrofitting them with some of the newer technology, but they were just so ugly, you know, and the smell. So the company decided to just go in a whole new direction and make them super kid-friendly. Those older ones shouldn't be able to walk around, but if they do, the whole Freddy head trick should work on them too. So whatever. I love those old characters. Did you ever see Foxy the Pirate? Oh wait, Foxy. Oh yeah, Foxy. Hey, listen. That one was always a bit twitchy. I'm not sure if the Freddy head trick will work on Foxy. If for some reason he activates during the night and you see him standing at the far end of the hall, just flash your light at him from time to time. Those older models would always get disoriented with bright light. It would cause a system restart or something. Come to think of it, you might want to try that on any room where something undesirable might be. It might hold him in place for a few seconds. That glitch might have carried over to the newer models too. One more thing. Don't forget the music box. I'll be honest, I never liked that puppet
Thing.
It's always thinking, and it can go anywhere. I don't think the Freddy mask will fool us, so just don't forget the music
It is
box.
that they realized something happened with Golden Freddy's suit in night 4, started investigating something big happened on night 5. We'll have to listen more as we get closer, because now we're on night 3. Call the owner of Fredbear's to ask something about the yellow suit. Is that the only thing they really could be linked to Fredbear's? Which is funny because Fredbear's was always a William thing.
See, I told you you wouldn't have any problems. Did Foxy ever appear in the hallway? Probably not. I was just curious. Like I said, he was always my favorite. They tried to remake Foxy, you know? They thought the first one was too scary, so they redesigned him to be more kid-friendly and put him in Kids Cove to keep the toddlers entertained, you know. But kids these days just can't keep their hands to themselves. The staff literally had to put Foxy back together at the end of every shift. Eventually, they just stopped trying and left him as some kind of take-apart, put-back-together attraction.
Oh yeah, Mango.
That was just a mess of parts. I think the employees refer to him as just the Mangle.
Yep.
Oh, hey, before I go, I wanted to ease your mind about any rumors you might have heard lately. You know how these local stories come and go and seldom mean anything. I can personally assure you that whatever is going on out there, however tragic it may be, has nothing to do with our establishment. It's just all rumor and speculation, people trying to make a buck, you know. Our guard during the day has reported nothing unusual, and he's on watch from opening till close. Okay.
Hang on, I want to hear that again.
A mess of parts. I think the employees refer to him as just the mangle. Oh, hey, before I go, I wanted to ease your mind about any rumors you might have heard lately. You know how these local stories come and go and seldom mean anything.
So rumors were floating around at this time.
That whatever is going on out there, however tragic it may be, has nothing to do with our establishment. It's just all rumor and speculation.
Whatever is going on out
trying to
there,
make a buck, you know.
however tragic it might be.
Nothing unusual, and he's on watch from opening till close. Okay, well anyway, hang in there and I'll talk with you tomorrow.
That is odd. I'd want to know what those rumors were.
Hello. Hey there, Night 4. I told you to get the hang of it. Okay, so just to update you, there's been somewhat of an investigation going on. We may end up having to close for a few days. I don't know. I want to emphasize, though, that it's really just a precaution. Fazbear Entertainment denies any wrongdoing. These things happen sometimes. It'll all get sorted out.
This is her getting found.
Just keep an eye on things, and I'll keep you posted. Just as a side note, though, try to avoid eye contact with any of the animatronics side if you can.
Happened out there and it apparently has nothing to do with their establishment. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
We're not sure.
Right outside in the back.
Acting very unusual, almost aggressive toward the staff. They interact with the kids just fine, but when they encounter an adult, they just stare. Anyway, hang tight, it'll all pass. Good night.
So what rumors were that's just what I'm wondering now.
Oh, hey, good job, Night 5. Hey, keep a close eye on things tonight, okay? From what I understand, the building is on lockdown. No one is allowed in or out, you know, especially concerning any...
So, hang on, I want to put a pause right there, and I want to give my thought before I lose it. Rumors, Night 3. There's an investigation going on, Night 4. Probably just a precaution. Now, Night 5. The building is on lockdown. No one is allowed in or out, especially concerning any previous employees. I wonder, were people maybe getting wise to William by Night 3? Pushes him to kill Charlie by Night 4? Maybe, well, no, the killing of Charlie was supposed to be, like, very spur of the moment. Well, if the MCI still happens at the old Freddy's, it makes sense people might connect it to a body found outside the new building. Yeah, I think so. Well, because it's odd, right? Like, if it's not... and Charlie supposedly died on the 3rd, when they're the 4th, when they're starting the investigation. Why are they waiting until the next day to put the building on lockdown? Like, why would that be happening? Is my question. Like, if she's found on Night 4, or on the 4th day at some point, basically, the idea is that Charlie's body brings attention to the building. Yes. I'm just wondering, right, like, she's found one day, and after a few days rumors spread, she dies before Night 1, but she's only found on Night 4, leading to the investigation on Night 5. And that's the interesting thing. Let's see night 4 again. Hang on. It's only until night 4 and police starts investigating. Well, presumably that'd have to be the night she's found, right?
Hey there, night 4. I told you to get the hang of it.
Or during the day, at least.
Just to update you, there's been somewhat of an investigation going on.
Somewhat of an investigation.
For a few days, I don't know. I want to emphasize, though, that it's really just a precaution. Fazbear Entertainment denies any wrongdoing. These things...
Fazbear Entertainment denies any wrongdoing. There's an investigation. So the police find her. This is day 4. They're trying to separate themselves from it, of course. Fazbear denies any wrongdoing. Might have to close up for a few days. Yeah, she dies even, like, before the game even happens, but she's not found until, like, the 4th, presumably in the day if we're playing the night shift, right? She was found that day of the on the 4th night. The day of the 4th night, if that makes sense. Say night 3, she's reported missing. It can work as weird as it is. So, why is she reported missing before she dies? Would be my... Well, no, yeah, she dies before the week. She's not found until later. That's amazing. That's just the thing that's wild to me, that it takes, like, what would it be? At least 4 days? Like, assuming she died, like, just before the first night. Even then, that's still an assumption. But even then, 4 days? Like, could you imagine? Like, it takes 4... Like, with how busy Freddy's is supposedly, or even, like, a vaguely... busy business, like, I don't, like, imagine a body, like, of a child being behind a strip mall or something. I don't know. Like, it just seems like with that amount of traffic, like, someone would notice something, or if it's like an employee, taking trash out to the dumpster or something, like, someone should have seen something, is just what I'm wondering. Like, why did it take 4 days for someone to find her body? But yeah, my idea is that she's not found... She's found not too long after her death. I mean, it's not... Like, it is weird, but it is doable, I guess, if traffic really wasn't that big. At Freddy's, and, like, it was just kind of really in a back corner area behind the restaurant. Maybe. I could maybe see as long as 4 days going by. That is what... I mean, it could happen. So, what I would wonder is, like, yeah, the rumors. Maybe some of the other kids or families or whatever knew Charlie was missing, and there were rumors. Like, what do you think the rumors are? People make rumors that the company has something to do with it by night 3. And the police only start investigating on night 4. Well, yeah, presumably when they actually find the body, right? I know earlier I said I didn't believe Charlie 87, but within a few minutes we've been talking, I'm becoming more convinced. It gets weird. Now, I think they found the body before. How does that work if they find the body before? Because, like, from night 3 to 5, there's, like, a clear progression of chaos, right? Rumors are starting, investigation starts, buildings on lockdown, right? 3, 4, 5. The rumors could be people realizing she's missing and relating it to the MCI from the previous location. Yeah, maybe if like some of their kids saw her last, maybe. Then like, oh yeah, we haven't seen that Charlie girl. Blah 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 blah. Maybe, sure. But with the building rumors by night 3, an investigation happens. I now think it makes sense for her to be found later in the week, actually. If Dexter was a killer in DVD, what would you think? I swear, I think you asked me this before. I don't know. The... I couldn't tell you. It's been so many years since I've even seen Dexter, and I didn't even finish it. I couldn't tell you. The building room night 3 investigation happens. I know. I think it makes sense for her to be found later in the week, actually. I mean, that's what I'm saying, right? Like, I agree. Like, it can work that she died actually before the game even happens, right? Like before the first night. I would even say the day before, because I don't want to stretch it too much, but she dies the day before night 1, right? But she's not found until night 4. But there's rumors going on even before night 3 that like, well, like imagine it, right? Like remember that cutscene where like all the kids lock Charlie out, outside or whatever, and make it to where the puppet can't get to her for a while. Like, imagine that. Like maybe the parents are at like, oh, like I haven't seen that Charlie girl back here. Like whatever happened to her? Like, oh yeah. Like the kids are like, oh yeah, we locked her out a couple days ago. That's the last we saw her. Blah 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 blah. Right? You know what I mean? And then the parents are like, oh, that's not good. And then like rumors are starting to like, oh, did Fazbear do something? Like, maybe like if that's the last place they would have seen her. I could maybe see that's where the rumors are coming from. My issue with her being found later is that the vigilante. Yeah, that could work. Isn't the puppet literally on top of her corpse? Yes. The body doesn't need to stay with the marionette. Fair. Well, I mean, presumably they're kind of, together until they're both found effectively at the same time. Um, but yeah, let's continue
It
then.
happens sometimes. It'll all get sorted out in a few days. Just keep an eye on things, and I'll keep you posted. Just as a side note, though, try to avoid eye contact with any of the
Investigation going on.
Someone may have tampered with their
I bet that
facial
is when
recognition
someone first
systems.
finds
We're
her.
not sure. But the characters have been acting very unusual, almost aggressive toward the staff.
Somewhere between night 3 and night 4.
Fine, but when they encounter an adult, they just stare. Anyway, hang tight, it'll all pass. Good night. Hello. Hey, good job, night 5. Hey, keep a close eye on things tonight, okay? From what I understand, the building is on lockdown. No one is allowed in or out, especially concerning any previous employees.
How does that make sense if he came in for the night shift?
A position just became available. We don't have a replacement for your shift yet, but we're working on it. We're going to try to contact the original restaurant owner. I think the name of
And
the
again,
place
it's
was
so odd.
Fredbear's
They seem
Family
to have like
Diner
no
or
knowledge of
something like
William and
that.
Henry.
They're closed for years, though. I doubt we'll be able to track anybody down. So just get through one more night. Hang in there. Good night.
She dies before night 1. Rumors spread around night 2. She's reported missing night 3. She's found night 4. Investigation starts night 5. DCI happens before night 6.
Hello?
Which is this here.
What on earth are you doing there? Didn't you get the memo? The place is closed down, at least for a while. Someone used one of the suits. We had a spare in the back, a yellow one. Someone used it. Now none of them are acting right. Listen, just finish your shift. It's safer than trying to leave in the middle of the night. We have one more event scheduled for tomorrow, a birthday. You'll be on day shift. Wear your uniform. Stay close to the animatronics and make sure they don't hurt anyone, okay? For now, just make it through the night. When the place eventually opens again, I'll probably take the night shift myself. Okay, good night and good luck.
They had him work all night and then had him for the day shift. That's insane. Also, by the way. I think Charlie was already known about by night 3 for Ralph to say that. Listening to these calls are giving me a headache. Why is that? You don't like Scott's voice? Scott Cawthon ASMR. Hello, hello, hello. God, Ralph really did fall far, right? If my hot take idea is right and the Ralph in MCM is the same Ralph, that's the phone guy, good God, what a fall from grace, right? And you know what? While we're at it, FNAF 3 phone calls. Actually, yeah, go ahead. Here we go.
Hey, glad you
Brain
came
hurts
back
from
for another night.
Yeah, no kidding.
It'll be a lot more interesting this time. We found some great new relics over the weekend, and we're out tracking down a new lead right now. So, let me just update you real quick, then you can get to work. Like, the attraction opens in like a week. So we have to make sure everything works and nothing catches on fire. When the place opens, people will come in at the opposite end of the building and work their way toward you, then past you and out the exit. Yeah, you've officially become part of the attraction. You'll be starring as
the security guard. The unknown security guard.
Monitoring the people on the cameras they pass through, you know, to make sure no one steals anything or makes out in the corner, but you'll also be a part of the show. It'll make it feel really authentic, I think. Now let me tell you about what's new. We found another set of drawings, always nice, and a foxy head, which we think could be authentic. And again, it might just be another crappy cosplay. And we found a desk fan, very old school, metal though. So watch the fingers. Right now the place is basically just, you know, flashing lights and spooky props. I honestly thought we'd have more by now. If we don't have something really cool by next week, then we may have to suit you up in a furry suit and make you walk around saying, boo. But, you know, like I said, we're trying to track down a good lead right now. Some guy who helped design one of the buildings says it was like an extra room that got boarded up.
Ooh.
Or something like that.
Some guy who helped design one of the buildings. Is that Henry or just someone else? What do you guys think? But yeah.
So, we're gonna take a peek and see what we can find.
Because that's odd.
For now, just get comfortable with the new setup. You can check the security cameras over to your right with the click of that blue button.
Some guy who helped design one of the buildings.
Then over to your far left, you can flip up your maintenance panel. You know, use this to reboot any systems that may go offline. In trying to make the place feel vintage, we may have overdone it a bit. Some of this equipment is barely
tomorrow night.
I wonder why Phone Dude here even needs night security for Fazbear Frights if no one's there. Like, he says about being a part of the attraction during the day, but, like, why am I there at night, you know? Anyone that designed the buildings, old employees, Ralph would've, Ralph is dead, rip Ralph. Wait, I get what you're saying. I mean, would Ralph have designed one of the buildings? I mean, it's it's just one of those things I wonder. Is this a Henry reference? You know, the 5 times we get to hear about Henry in this damn series.
Hey man, okay, I have some awesome news for you. First of all, we found some vintage audio training cassettes. Dude, these are like prehistoric. I think they were like training tapes for like other employees or something like that. So I thought we could like have them playing like over the speakers as people walk through the attraction. Dude, that makes us feel legit, man. But I have an even better surprise for you. You're not gonna believe this. We found one. A real one. Gotta go, man.
Because whoever it is that told them to check the back rooms, I get the sense they wanted them to find William back there. It's just the sense I get. Although if it's Henry, if he's the one who put them back there, like, why is he, like, having them check it? Like, it just, slow check, like, for 30 years? Ralph himself says they were going to seal the place up.
Look, it's in there somewhere. I'm
yes.
sure you'll see it. Okay,
Back in the day,
I'll leave you
yeah.
with some of this great audio that I found. Talk to you later, man.
And presumably, what you're talking about is, like, I assume roughly what happened is what Game Theory proposed in the Ultimate Timeline, which is, excuse me, William at the FNAF 1 location was trying to gather up all the leftover remnant from the original animatronics. Ghosts confront him. He gets spring-locked. He's bleeding out in the back room. Henry finds him, sees what happened, and then just decides to seal him in, basically. And then the tape the next day comes out saying, hey, anybody, if you left that in there, tough cookies, right? This room is being sealed forever. And here we are now in FNAF 3, which, what is that? When does that take place? 2023, canonically? FNAF 3, 2023, so this is what, like, well over 20 years later? Almost 30? Depending on when exactly FNAF 1 takes place. Why is he deciding out of the blue to, like, get him out? Or is this Henry, like, on the way to preparing for FNAF Endgame in FNAF 6, right? Like, if I'm going to end this, all of this, I've got to end William too. And if he is haunted, which he probably is because he died in the suit, he's probably active, right? Yeah, Henry wanted William freed so he could be there for Freddy Fazbear Pizza Simi. Yes, that makes sense to me. That does, like, and he's not choosing to do this until he's more or less ready to begin. Like, he's probably already got the, fake restaurant set up already. Moreover, and again, as I gave in my theory as well, how would Phone Dude or anyone running Fazbear Frights have the rights to use anything Fazbear at all without getting sued if Henry didn't give them a license? Right? Like nobody can just do that, right? Like, I can't... What would you call it? Like, trying to think of an example here. Like Showbiz Pizza, right? Like, I can't make, unnamed security guard, Showbiz Pizza, and then, like, blatantly copy everything from them. No, like, whoever the hell owns that would sue the hell out of me. They have to if they want to maintain their rights as owners of whatever IPs. Because if you do not defend your copyright or IP or whatever, you can risk losing it, right? Like, I know it's a weird business thing, but that is the case. Like, if you don't fight for it, you can lose it, basically, and it become public domain, eventually, at least. So, like, because of that, I just argue that's more ammunition for the evidence that Henry was aware of all of it. Like, this is all Henry's doing. Like, all of this. FNAF 3, the getting William out, the set, like all of it. All of it's Henry. Yeah, I thought it seemed like they were mainly made when the spring locks were introduced to Freddy Fazbear's. Yeah, they have Fazbear in the name. And yeah, that's my point. They can't just outright... God, like, even old companies that are long defunct, someone still owns it, which would be the case here with Freddy Fazbear's.
Welcome to your new career as a performer/entertainer for Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. These tapes will provide you with much-needed information
When do we think these tapes are from?
/climb into/climb out of mascot costumes. Right now, we have two specially designed suits that double
Fredbear
as
Spring
both
Bonnie.
animatronic and suit. So please pay close attention while learning how to operate
1985. Yeah, because this is just before the MCI. Okay.
Irreparable and grotesque maimings can occur. First, we will discuss how to operate the mascots when they are in animatronic form. For ease of operation, the animatronics are set to turn and walk towards sound cues. This is an easy and hands-free approach to making sure the animatronics stay where the children are for maximum entertainment/crowd-pleasing value. To change the animatronics to suit mode, insert and turn firmly the hand crank provided by the manufacturer. Turning the crank will recoil and compress the animatronic parts around the sides of the suit, providing room to climb inside. Please make sure the spring locks are fastened tight to ensure the animatronic devices remain fixed. We will cover this in more detail in tomorrow's session. Remember to smile. You are the face of
Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. So between 83 85. Or 85. Well, with some of the later tapes, MCM does use cranks. Well, and it's implied the Fazbear suits are extremely similar. If not, they effectively are, because they outright contracted MCM to make them for them.
Our training on proper suit handling techniques. When using an animatronic as a suit, please ensure that the animatronic parts are tightly compressed and fastened by the spring locks located around the inside of the suit. It may take a few moments to position your head and torso between these parts in a manner where you can move and speak. Try not to nudge or press against any of the spring locks inside the suit. Do not touch the spring locks at any time. Do not breathe on the spring locks, as moisture may loosen them and cause them to break loose. In the case that the spring locks come loose while you are wearing a suit, please try to maneuver away from populated areas before bleeding out, as to not ruin the customer experience. As always, if there
These
is
things
ever
were
an
already
emergency,
temperamental
please
by
go to the
85.
designated safe room. Every location is built with one extra room that is not included in the digital map layouts programmed into the animatronics or security system. This room is hidden to customers, invisible to animatronics, and is always off camera. As always, remember to smile. You are the face of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza.
Okay.
Hello. There's been a slight change of company policy concerning use of the suit. Don't. After learning of an unfortunate incident at the sister location involving multiple and simultaneous spring lock failures.
Learning of an unfortunate incident, one incident at the sister location, one sister location, involving multiple, meaning many, simultaneous at the same time for a single event at the one sister location, spring lock failures, plural. This is the big question mark I've got. Like, what the hell is this referring to? Like, how bad was it? Was it a situation where it's just like Ralph where people get injured, or did anybody die from this? An unfortunate incident in the singular. So this is one event at the sister location, the one sister location, presumably Circus Babies, and this is when Circus Babies was trying to open the restaurant in '85, involving multiple simultaneous spring lock failures. That would have been bad, though. Multiple simultaneous spring lock failures. It just kept failing over and over again. Well, not even like one suit failing multiple times. Again, because again, it says multiple simultaneous spring lock failures in the plural. So there were multiple spring lock failures at the same time. Like, how else could that make sense if he's not referring to multiple suits? And maybe this is what distracted William and Henry so much, and this is what caused Elizabeth to die in '85. Sounds like an incident where so many of a suit's spring locks failed that I think the person just outright died. I mean, why would he need to specify that there's the spring locks in the spring lock suit failed? Like, no crap. Like that's what the suit is made of, right? Multiple simultaneous spring lock failures. I mean, maybe, I guess you could say it is a single suit. Multiple simultaneous spring lock failures. This might have, if it is one, like, yeah, and there were just multiple at the same time spring locks failing on a single suit, then yeah, I'd say more than likely the person's dead, right? Which is exactly what happened to William later. Company did temporarily unfit for employees. Looked at by our technician. Technician in the singular, which is also interesting.
The company has deemed the suit
Can be either
temporarily
multiple
unfit
suits
for
or the
employees.
single, either or.
Safety is top priority at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza, which is why the classic suits are being retired to an appropriate location.
Makes me wonder
while
why
being
this is
looked
never
at by
brought
our
up
technicians.
again. Is just what
Until
I think.
replacements arrive, you will be expected to wear the temporary costumes provided to you. Keep in mind that they were found on very short notice, so questions about appropriateness.
This is about them finding the Spring Bonnie and Fredbear, like, mascot suits. The same one we see Glitch Trap donning for Spring Bonnie is what I bet this is.
/relevance should be deflected. I repeat, the classic suits are not to be touched, activated, or worn. That being said, we are free of liability. Do as you wish. As always, remember to smile. You are the face of
Like in
Freddy
Sister Grace and
Fazbear.
Baby says to keep up. Spring locks plural wound up. Yeah, good thinking. I mean, yeah, in that context, yeah, that can work too. A single suit where, like, I guess all fails completely simultaneously. In which case, I bet my buttered biscuits that whoever was wearing it did die.
Hello. This is just a reminder of company policy concerning the safe room. The safe room is reserved for equipment and or other property not being currently used and as a backup safety location for employees only. This is not a break room and should not be considered a place for employees to hide and or congregate. And under no circumstance should a customer ever be taken into this room and out of the main show area. Management has also been made aware that the Spring Bonnie animatronic has been noticeably moved.
Yes.
I'd like to remind employees that this costume is not safe to wear.
This is William getting ready to do the
Thank
MCI.
you, and remember to smile. You are the face of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza.
Thinking, yeah, they did. Indubitably.
employees that due to budget restrictions, the previously mentioned safe rooms are being sealed at most locations, including this one. Work crews will be here most of the day today, constructing a false wall over the old door face.
Well, this
Nothing
is
was being
interesting.
taken out beforehand, so if you left anything inside, then it's your own fault. Management also requests that this room not be mentioned to family, friends, or insurance representatives. Thanks again, and remember to smile. You are the face of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza.
That's odd.
Hello. This is just to inform all employees that due to budget restrictions, the previously mentioned safe rooms are being sealed at most locations, including this one. Work crews will be here most of the day today, constructing a false wall over the old door face. Nothing is being taken out beforehand, so if you left anything inside, then it's your own fault. Management also requests that this room not be mentioned to...
Why are they sealing the safe rooms before William does the MCI? Or even the D... And William can't do the DCI if he's already sealed in the room. So when is the last tape from? Is it still from 85, or is this the time of FNAF 1? That's what I'm going to have to listen to again. Yeah, the safe room. Backup located, not a break room. Don't screw around in the safe room. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Yeah. Being brought on has been noticeably moved. Him getting ready for the MCI. He does it, presumably the MCI. Like, that's the only way this would make sense. And this specific phone call is from, like, what, like in FNAF 1? Like, years later? Which could be the case if Phone Dude is pulling these tapes from anywhere.
Just to inform all employees that due to budget restrictions...
Which, and maybe the budget restrictions thing, like, that could have been believable. Like, if this was the FNAF 1 location, and, like, Freddy's was definitely, like, on its last legs by that point, that could be a believable excuse. And this is, like, would be just before, like, Henry kind of shutters everything and, like, effectively, like, closes down everything Fazbear between FNAF 1 and FNAF 3, where we are here. I mean, the Night 6 tape. The only way I can see it working is if the Night 6 tape is from the time of FNAF 1. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying, like, just after FNAF 1, where William gets spring-locked. Henry finds him, like the Ultimate Timeline proposed. He sees it, he's like, okay, you know what? Like, between night 5 and 6, he finds him, and he's like, yep, okay, whatever, close the door. I'm going to have a work crew here tomorrow, and we're going to seal it. And seal him in there. And then, presumably, he could also just shutter the company not long after, because there's no mention of Fazbear anything existing between FNAF 1 and FNAF 3. And when it is talked about by Phone Dude in FNAF 3, like, these are prehistoric, right? Like, Fazbear hasn't been running for a while, right? Because this seems like something that only benefits the killer. And Ralph was there too, so it works. Yeah. But it was sealed. Like, the sealing is the important part, right? Like, this is Henry finding him and just trying. Like, I don't know what he was hoping to accomplish. You know, just like let him die in there and then like kind of cover. I mean, like, he's not even directly killing him, and it, like, he doesn't have to help him. Like, yeah, that'd be a perfect crime. Like, even if he found him like bleeding out in there and just sealed him in and kind of left him to die, basically. That would be the perfect crime. Like, if it, like, it's just not found. And he shutters the company not long after this. You know. Or at least the Freddy's location. If he shuts it all down, all the Freddy's. And yeah, no one mentioned this, da-da-da-da. Then, like, presumably it's, yeah, like 20 years go by. And no one's the wiser that William got sealed in the back room. Completely disagree. I think this is William trying to cover up where he killed the MCI. William trying to cover up where he killed the MCI. How? I guess would be mine. Like, how does any of this accomplish that? Prehistoric. I have a gnarly voice. Hey, right. That's my take at least. Yeah. The only way these tapes make sense is that if this last one is from, like, the tail end of FNAF 1's running. Because Ralph mentions that people shouldn't bring guests into the safe room. Yeah. And then says the Spring Bonnie suit has been noticeably moved. Yes. So William is actively doing the MCI. Like, maybe not actively yet, but like bare minimum, I will agree, like, he was preparing for it. To where, like, oh, I found this suit again. Here, let me try it on. Oh, okay, like, this feels fine. Now I'm ready to do the MCI, you know? It would only be a period of a couple days, so it doesn't really matter either way, but yeah. Right after that, the safe rooms are seemingly sealed. Which is... Assuming these tapes, like, are concurrent with each other, right? Whereas I'm starting to lean with Glitch here is what I'm saying, right? Tapes nights 2 to 5 are from 85. The tape on night 6 here is from post FNAF 1, which would be what, like 93 roughly? So you don't think Ralph saying not to bring guests into the safe room right before saying the Spring Bonnie suit being moved have nothing to do with each other? Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't like see how they're like hard connected. It could legitimately just be because, like, oh, hey, yeah, like standard business as usual, you know, don't bring guests back here. Like, unless, again, the implication there would be, like, Ralph is covering it up, too. Alright, then. I mean, it's just not solid enough for me. What is it? People say FNAF 1 is around 1993. Yeah. It just doesn't feel solid enough to me to make a connect, like, as like the main issue with the safe room being sealed in 85 is Williams is still able to access it after FNAF 1. Yes. And why I think this last tape has to happen after FNAF 1 is exactly that. Like, if the thing, like, what is prompting the sealing? Right. Like, if it's not, you know, Henry finding William post FNAF 1, what is being sealed and why? Because it can't just be to cover up the MCI, because again, that clearly doesn't work. They'd find the bodies, right? Not really. William knows where the safe rooms are. I mean, yeah, but he'd still have to break into it. And hey, maybe he does, because, you do see, like, that's the room where he dies, is in the back room. Could have just opened it up before Fall of Mead happened. Like, sure. But again, like, that all is, like, in the immediate aftermath of FNAF 1 is when those minigames are taking place, in my opinion. Otherwise, again, the timeline yet again gets really weird. Weirder than it already is. But he also has to stay in there after getting spring locked, yes. And there has to be a motive to seal the place in the first place. And for it to sit for years and years and years. But William also has to be able to do everything we see him do, or is implied to have done, before he's sealed in there, right? Which makes it, because to me, like, that like, immediately after FNAF 1 is that perfect time for that to happen. Where, like, he had more than enough time to do everything he's supposed to do in the timeline before that. But isn't so late to where it's like, oh, FNAF 1 doesn't take place until, like, 2020 or whatever, which is crazy. Wait. What? Yeah, so you're saying Ralph lived past FNAF 1? No. To make the recording of sealing the safe rooms. No, we're saying the last tape is from when he was still alive, around the time of FNAF 1. Yeah. Because in FNAF 1, Ralph dies later in the week anyway. Like, isn't it, like, that Friday or Saturday that he did? So do you think William died before FNAF 1? No. Hang on, that is a pickle. I give you that. And the timeline does get tight. Well, I mean, there's nothing necessarily saying that William has to die after FNAF 1. We know it's around there for sure. It's the FNAF 1 location. And the safe room is sealed, like Ralph said. What's odd to me as well in that minigame, what makes me think is that it's after, is that, like, the doors are boarded up, right? Like, the windows are cracked. Like, that place is abandoned. Ralph worked the shift the week before Mike. And the safe room is sealed like Ralph. So Ralph says the safe rooms are going to get sealed. Yes. But they don't get sealed until way later after Ralph's death. No, I think the one about Ralph talking here about sealing the safe rooms doesn't, like, that tape isn't recorded until at least the week of FNAF 1. I'm just trying to wonder and make sense, like, does it make sense for William to also get spring locked at the same time? This last tape is recorded during the week of FNAF 1. William, during the week of FNAF 1, at some point, tries to break in to get the original animatronics that the MCI were stuffed in. Obviously, the minigame happens. William gets spring locked. Henry finds him. Now this tape comes in. Okay, this last tape, the Night 6 tape, this is from that point in FNAF 1. Okay, seal it. We're done with it. Just seal it up. And before the week is out, on the weekend, like I'm pretty sure later that week, Ralph can die before, like, after William is sealed, but before the FNAF 1 location is closed down. Yes. So you're saying Follow Me happens within those 2 weeks after Mike's shift, kinda? I guess the week after Mike. Ralph records the tape. Yes, Ralph dies. Mike's week. William gets spring locked. Safe room gets sealed. Yeah, because at that point, he's, like, recording them, like, the day before, or whatever, for the day employee, right? For FNAF 1. And, yeah, and that's what I was saying before, Blue Star, and that's why I got quiet there trying to think all this out. It is very tight with the timeline, but it does work, and it's, like, if it's not this, like, how else does this work? As you pointed out, right? Because, like, what in God's name kind of sense does this Night 6 tape make if it's not after FNAF 1? Or at least concurrent with it. Unless we want to say the safe room got sealed twice. Exactly, right. What's an 85 then again in FNAF 1? In which case, my immediate question would be, why are they sealing it in 85? Like, what does that matter? It can't be about just trying to hide evidence, because clearly it was immediately found anyways. Right? It's not like the bodies were never found. Why is it reopened to begin with? Excuse me. It wasn't found. The most they had was footage of someone in the Spring Bonnie costume. Yes. Yeah, that happened in 85. Yes. Yeah. No, the MCI were never found. They might not have been. Guys, it is getting late, and I still do need to eat. I didn't think the stream would go on for this long. But it has been super fun, though. Unless you had any, like, closing statements, I'd like to not have this lead on for another hour. When was it ever stated they found them? To your credit, I can't think of one. They very well might not have. Which I also find very not very believable. Especially if those same animatronics are the ones that are roaming around and operating in FNAF 1, are the same ones that the MCI got stuffed in. That gets very, like, not believable for me, but supposedly it is. Gosh, it's late. Yeah, no kidding. Because Help Wanted has a teaser said they never proved anything in court. And yeah, you're right. It could be. I enjoyed the stream, but yeah, let's stop here. Yeah, no, what is it? Yeah, no, I just need a break. I've been at it for, good God, however long this damn stream's been going on. But yeah, I like the new Michael. Always good to talk about FNAF lore. I really need to force myself to sit my butt down and just start typing. Like, if you guys have ever been curious on, like, how I do videos, and if you care or whatever, and I'm slowly learning to edit better and whatnot, but, like, how I do my videos in steps are, I just sit down and I write it out on a Word document, like, pretending I'm talking to you guys like this, right? And I just write it out. I write the entire thing in type first. And then I reread it to myself again and again and again until it sounds, like, not crazy. And then I do the audio recording. And usually I'll do it in one sitting. And I just kind of do the little bit of audio editing that I have to do in Audacity. And then after that, I throw it all into DaVinci Resolve now, and I try to get it done within a day, just because my editing style is so simple. But yeah, there's a lot I'm gonna have to do. Like, really, the hardest part for me to do is for me to force myself to sit down and just start typing, because it's like, I feel like I've got to get ideas more solid before I put them down, right? Because, like, you know, I don't want, like, another Chica's Party World thing where it's like, ah, damn, I didn't realize that until I put out the video, you know? Where, like, I forget, one of you showed me, what is it, like, the graph in Chica's Party World room in MCM. What is it? That's if one for one identical with the MCM profit sheet. So I was dead wrong in assuming that had anything to do with Chica's Party World in the middle of the Chica's Party World room, but whatever. I'm not mad, Steelwool. What is it? But yeah, I've really got to, and especially before, like, anybody potentially gets to my idea before I do, I've got to put this idea out. And I would love to, like, brainstorm it more, but, like, there's only so much I would want to give away and not, like, ruin the surprise for you guys, you know? Because I think I am onto something. You guys might love it or hate it, but I am, honest to God, like, my main focus, like, I'm putting off the fire video for a while. I need to do this Shatter William theory while the iron is hot, right? Yeah, like, that's my take. I've got to do this while the iron is hot. And while I'm still thinking about it, right? Like, and while the inspiration is with me there, right? Like, just bear in mind what I keep repeating. You want teasers? There they are. The Shatter William theory. And what have I been saying, like, over and over and over and over again through all these discussions, especially about Secret of the Mimic? perfect vessel, imperfect vessel, perfect vessel, imperfect vessel. What could I mean by that, right? There's something for you to chew on. And how would I relate that with Shatter William, right? I'll leave you with that. Thank you guys for hopping in the stream. Don't know when I'll do it again. Maybe tomorrow. I don't know. We'll see. Whenever the fancy strikes me. I'm a small enough channel. I have the freedom to do that. But yes, you guys have a good night. Thank you for hopping on as always. And again, as always, feel free to message me on Discord. I will get back to yours, Blue Star, when my brain is functional again. Probably tomorrow I'll hop in Discord and pull it up. I've just not been on Discord. Feel free to message me there whenever or comment on my video if you've got any questions. And thank you guys so much for just, being my regulars at this point. What is it? But yeah, have a good night. I'll see you guys soon and see ya.